it won't pick up your guitar very well because I on the cheapest StreamYard platform that there is, and so but if people will be able to see and I can talk into that microphone, give people updates and stuff. I have a little interface under the desk. Okay, guys, so we are live. We have a live event today with Larry Mitchell. He's in the house, he's getting set up. We start in about half an hour or 45 minutes or so. We're going to start up, but I'm just going to let this roll live and let you guys see. Larry's behind me here getting set up. And, hopefully we can have some people talk to you guys, and we'll read through the comments, and hopefully we can have some fun with this. So this is just going to be rolling live, and kind of whatever happens, happens. And so, yeah, here we go. So do me a favor real quick and leave me a comment. Let me know if you can hear my voice okay. Let me know if you can see everything okay. Let me know who's in the chat with us. Mega Todd, how are you doing? Yeah, so we've got Larry Mitchell starting up here in about a half an hour and 45 minutes or so. And hopefully we can have some fun in the guitar shop today. I'll show you guys some guitars. We can listen to Larry, although I'll sneak this mic over as close as I can get it. Maybe we can get some good good audio out of this. It's hard to tell right now with the type of thing I have going on with StreamYard, but hopefully this will be fun for some of you guys. And I have to kind of come down here to read some of the comments, but I see I got a lot of you guys on here so far. So hang out with us today, and we'll see what happens here. Sounds good. Yeah, he's far away. Yeah, Larry's way over here. But it's kind of a big store now. But he'll come up and he'll chat with you guys off and on here and there every once in a while. And I'm hoping we can have a couple extra special guests maybe come in once in a while and chat with some of you guys. And we're just gonna have try to have some fun and see what happens. I'm gonna be going live probably for the next 3 hours or 4 hours. So drop in here and there. If you have to leave for a while, come back in a couple of hours and see what's going on. And we're just gonna try to have a fun day of it. So yeah, thank you guys for being here so far. But again, I'm gonna leave this run. We're gonna stream for again the next 3 hours or so. We'll see how long it goes, how long Larry wants to hang out, different things like that. So I'm glad you guys are hanging with us today. Hopefully we can have some fun here. Guys are saying awesome, it sounds good and all that kind of stuff. So we're just gonna let that roll and see what happens. This is RC. Oh, you need 1/4 inch here. Yeah, I need 1/4 inch there. With the stereo on the side. Or a mini to big adapter. Because I got another one, but it has the wrong, doesn't have the same side on it. Huh? Oh shit, look at that. Oh, you got one. Awesome. Okay, guys. Thanks for watching. 12 people watching. Okay, well, we've got Larry Mitchell's in the house down here at ZIMM'S Guitars today. And so I'm going to let my camera roll, and we're going to let this live stream just roll. And eventually, I've got a really long mic cable. I will take this mic over closer to Larry. And we're expecting a good crowd here in about a half an hour or so. The event starts at 4 o'clock. We're just going to let this camera roll. Jason, Carlos, how you doing? Carlos, come on down here. Johnny Bean, how you doing, buddy? Megatod 707, hey, buddy. Pooh Ninja's in the house watching. Carlos, come on down here. We'll be here for a couple of hours. So I'm just going to let the live stream roll. Johnny Bean, what's up, buddy? And we'll see if we can have some fun today. Rob Blackmore Official, how you doing, bro? So yeah, we're Larry's back there getting set up, and I'm just gonna live stream and let this thing roll for the next 3 hours or so. I don't know. Hopefully, we can get a couple of guests to come in and chat with you guys. Maybe answer some questions when Larry's not busy. Maybe we can get him to answer a couple questions or just to say hi or whatever. But we're just gonna let this roll for the next 3 hours. Come back after a while. If you go eat dinner, do what you think, do whatever you want to do, and come back and revisit and see if it's action packed and exciting down here today. I got the camera pointed at my shop, and Larry's way back in the back, but I can't really get my camera over there too close, but I can get this mic over there. So hopefully the audio will be a little bit better once he starts playing. And this and that. So that's pretty much what's going on with me today. But again, I'm going to keep streaming for the next 3 hours. And if you're in the Phoenix area, come on down, guys. It's the event starts at 4 o'clock. ZIMM'S Guitars is on Alma School and Guadalupe in Mesa, Arizona. Some of you guys, if you're in the local neighborhood here, come on in and let's have a hang. I got my air conditioner set at 78 degrees, and hopefully we'll have some fun today. Oh. What do you think it's doing? What's it doing? So it's coming out of this rock. Yeah, okay, what if I change this cable? Or oh yeah, yeah. So we might be on two different grounds. Yeah, we might be in two different circuits. Yep. I was going to use these. Plug everything into the same one. Maybe that'll help. It's not as bad. It's still a little. Better? Yes. Just try a different cable. Okay. Let's see what I got. This one. Well, this one part of this graphic EQ is broken off. This one. Oh, hey, how's it going? It's going good. How you been? Been good. Going to start a guitar clinic here in half an hour. Oh, really? Here. Yes, I'm expecting a bunch of people at 4 o'clock. I hope I have a good turnout. That's always fun. It is, huh? That's fine. It's always good. I got so much inventory right now, man. Got guitars coming out of my ears. Imagine. What you looking for? Okay. All these use straps on this side are $10 a piece. These are some new Ernie balls that are $10. Hey guys, so we're live streaming today. I'm down here at my shop. This is ZIMM'S Guitars on Alma School and Guadalupe in Mesa, Arizona. And today we have a little event that's going to be happening here in about a half an hour. Larry Mitchell is in the house today. So he's going to give a guitar clinic. He's setting up his PA system, and he's going to set and play to his backing tracks. I think he's got his backing tracks, and he plays guitar. And this stuff is, he's a Grammy Award winning engineer guitarist, Larry Mitchell. And he's going to be starting here in about a half an hour. So my plan was to just live stream, and I'm just going to let this camera roll for like the next 3 hours. As long as it takes, I'm just going to let the camera roll. And we're going to just see what happens. And we'll try to have some fun today. Yeah, we're going to start getting people here pretty soon. Nobody shows up early. Janice, how are you? Hi. How are you guys? Good. Probably so. How you guys? How are you? All right. Sit here and enjoy. We're going to just stand and listen to Larry play, and it's going to be fun. It's a great talk. He used to have an Ibanez. He used to have his own signature Ibanez back in the day. S series, I think pre-Satriani, Ibanez. Yeah, pre-Ibanez, the Saber Ibanez, I think. Pre-Satriani version. You found a good one. $10, buddy. Yeah. And I'm going live to my YouTube audience right now. You want to say hi to these guys? Introduce yourself.
What's up?
There he is.
Dave, how's it going?
We got Dave's down here. Dave's an Arizona resident that comes in the store and he hands me money. Like, watch. Come on, buddy. Break it out. It's okay to have ones. You know where you can spend the ones at. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to check him out.
Okay. Yeah, so, okay. But thank you guys for hanging with us.
Who was the last person you see as a guest?
Yeah, we saw them.
Can't go wrong with the guitar straps.
And then the guy who popped up that was playing like the box. Not horrible. I don't know how else to say it.
Jinbei. You know what? He said that is Simo.
Yeah, so live today on StreamYard, and just letting you guys know, if you're just coming in right now, we have Larry Mitchell down here at ZIMM'S Guitars today. And my store is located on Alma School and Guadalupe. And so we're going to do a little live stream. We're going to let this roll as long as we can. And we're getting a few people coming in. Larry's going to start playing here. And I will take this mic and I'll scoot it all the way back to where Larry's going to be playing. And hopefully you guys will be able to hear it. But a lot of you guys know how the most inexpensive version of StreamYard works. It's probably going to be fading in and out. And you know how it over compresses it. But we're fingers crossed it's going to sound good and you guys can get a little bit of it. And again, we're gonna just let this camera roll for like the next 3 hours or whatever it is. So if you guys could leave and go to dinner or something, come back later. Hopefully after Philip, fingers crossed, after Philip McKnight's live stream, maybe Phil will come in and shake some hands and say hi to everybody. We're hoping that McKnight maybe comes down. No guarantees on that, but we've got a bunch of our customers that are regulars of mine that come in, and so hopefully we'll have a good time today. So again, like I said, I'm just going to let this roll for the next couple of hours, and we'll see what happens. Buddy of mine made that. Well, it came in and it was an axe, and it had a neck that went super twisted. So I had a neck that I put on it, and it had a couple of extra horns coming off, and he cut those out, and the blade was just flat. So he added a little contour to it, and he painted it. And because I never knew anybody that had an axe guitar other than Gene Simmons, I said, look at the Kiss commemorative. So he put the Kiss thing up on the headstock. I think the neck is a Chinese version.
You don't have to know much training.
And I put it on Reaper for $12,000. Just to be no, nobody's ever said anything. Well, that's 6 months now. $12,000 on Reaper, which is setting up for $12,000.
I think you met Sherry at the high stock Carla. Yeah, Sherry. She does my stuff with the solid rock.
Okay, we're getting there. We're starting up here pretty quick, and I'm just gonna let this roll for the next couple of hours. Guys are looking around, checking out the gear. Oh, I hear my phone ringing. Let me go get that. Yeah, guys, feel free to talk to the camera. Any of you guys. Yeah.
I'm not much of a talker, but I could probably not even good Melissa back
Johnny Bean TV.
Hey, Johnny. Hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great idea. Well, we haven't started playing yet, and I have like a 50-foot cable hooked up to my mic, and so I was gonna move this mic way back by him and see how that works, but I'm gonna try that because I got my son's phone is really good, and I have a second. I have a laptop that maybe I can get going. So, yeah.
What you can actually do is you can log in to StreamYard within your same account, and you can have double cameras and just like mute like this one, or just use the audio from one.
Right.
Or both. You could do both, actually. That'd be fine. But
yeah,
you could have a camera, like a mobile phone, right up on him, and it'd be cool.
yeah. I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna call you back.
All right.
Okay,
Cool.
I'll call you back in a while.
All right.
Okay, bye. Johnny Bean TV, everybody in the house. Okay, we're going to try to set that up. Johnny's gave us some information, two camera thing using a cell phone. I'm going to go and with my son's help, I think I can might be able to do this, so we can have two cameras.
She was going to pick me up, but Carl and Bill were bringing. They have a Mini Cooper, so they're going to let me do it. They're dropping. I gotta tell you. So my mom wasn't using the Apple TV. And just trying to get her to understand stuff and use it. So in my room, because I usually watch TV in the studio, but in my room I had a Roku, and all of a sudden, or Roku TV, all of a sudden it just stopped recommending. The system tell me.
How are you?
Great. How about you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for coming in.
Oh, absolutely. I can't stay very long because I got picking up my kids and stuff.
Okay.
But I made them come drop me off here for a few minutes.
Well, you got a few minutes to here. Let me. He hasn't really officially started yet, but have some fun for a minute. See
Yeah,
what
for
it's
sure.
I don't know what I've seen playing. So any restaurant that you're doing stuff playing that have everything already worked out. If they don't put anything on it, sometimes they put stuff way different. Bacon and eggs?
Okay, we're working on getting a second camera hooked in right now.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's touch it every day. That term works for marriage as well. At least 5 minutes. So I'm going to stream this on my Twitch as well. Oh, maybe. When people start asking about it. Thanks.
I did not bring it yet.
I got a box of yums right here. Box of
I
yums.
purposely did not bring it yet. doesn't, that way I would be a better player.
Thank you.
Sure.
And it's fantastic, and I suck compared to him, but I'm like, oh, I'll do it just to be
We have a little Chicago festival.
Amy.
Here, Jamie, we saved you a spot. Come sit.
VIP. How's it going?
Lazy.
You being lazy?
That's me being lazy.
We saved you a spot.
I'm not gonna go to a different house that I don't know.
Say, our house is still on the list, right?
Yeah.
Eric bought a new guitar that you like, and can't even get you over with.
You came over.
I know, but
So they
I
don't buy
come back.
Oh. I got the label last night.
Now you gotta come over and drink some bourbon, and we got a new bottle last night. So I think you
One scotch and one beer.
Right?
How you doing? You
This
got
is
the close. This
Jamie.
might be loud.
This is Jamie.
Jamie.
He's our baptism player.
I heard you was a major hookup. You're an AC guy. You sell an AC, aren't you?
Putting them in, so.
You have a coat guy. 10 degrees cooler.
That could be a good name.
Could be.
Right? AC company, 10 degrees cooler.
Unless it's 120 out there, I'm not calling it.
Not.
But you know what? If it's 120 degrees, you're begging for someone to pick it up. That's right. You're right. You know what? I'm okay with 110 right now.
10 degrees cooler than anybody else.
That's right. There you go. And then all of a sudden this week say, well, you didn't do it, so now I'm not paying.
Oh, I'll do it.
I'll do it. Don't you worry.
Challenge is something.
Don't you worry.
I don't like to leave the house until they complain it's too cold.
Yeah. Many years ago, I used to do AC work in California. When I got out of the Air Force, I was gonna learn the trade. Turns out all the guy wanted was some haul of lines and these mobile homes and stuff like that. He never taught me anything. And meanwhile, the customer's benefiting from all the work we're doing. We're just going to the next job, hot job, hot job. We never really get to enjoy the air conditioning.
That's a good
Oh,
treat.
that's real. Doesn't matter what part of the trade you're doing. I'm only there because it's hot.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not, I mean, it's doing better, but it's still hot inside that room.
Yeah.
This place,
Yeah.
which is hot.
Yes. Yeah. That's always an emergency.
So far, so good.
It's like, you know, it's so hot here. It's like, wait a minute, you went from air conditioning house to air conditioning car to air conditioning office.
Yeah.
To the air conditioning car, back to your car to your conditioning house.
How's it going?
I'm retired.
You retired?
I still.
Oh, sure. Well, I couldn't before.
So you can use your hands again, so why do I suck on guitar? Yeah.
Okay, I like to put a name and a face together. Shauna and Phil talk about you all the
Oh,
time.
yeah.
And so I'm like, "What are you doing, Mom? I'm like, I don't think I have one. Maybe I have one.
Do you
No.
do talks about creative stuff?
You know, I do to friends and family and people. We were just at, my son's.
I gotta get you to come to one of Steve Vai's plans.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just great to talk. And Steve's had issues with hands and stuff like that.
little things you can do to make such a big difference. You know.
Those, handbrake and a little bit of thing.
Yeah,
Change time.
yeah, it's amazing, it's a small thing.
Yeah.
It's a place for your hands to have pads and then
Oh,
so when you
thanks,
sleep.
good.
Absolutely.
You can't keep this to your wrist.
Yeah.
It keeps you straight on your pads.
Right.
On your
Just not
face.
like totally.
It's just another pillow.
I'm
My
70 this
father-in-law
year.
had some kind of neurological
Where the.
complicated, a number of things.
Riley?
And he used to hold his fist so
Step.
tight
Stephanie.
that his fingernails
I'm the yo-yo.
cut it.
Oh.
The yo-yo.
So they could give him tennis
I
balls.
see.
Yeah, Larry.
They couldn't release his tennis ball, even in the middle of sleep.
Yeah.
His grip was so tight that take a look.
How much did these go?
Good hands.
10 minutes.
Up 10.
Why don't you do some selling while we're waiting?
Okay. Here we are at ZIMM'S Guitars, and thanks to Johnny Bean TV, we've got the two camera going. And so thank you guys for watching. We've got Larry Mitchell's down here today,
Oh, I don't have.
and here in about 10-15 minutes or so, he's gonna play some guitar, answer some questions, and he's been out for a long time. I don't think he's in a rush to leave or anything like that. So hopefully we'll get a bunch of people to come down here today. If you're in the Phoenix area, we're at ZIMM'S Guitars on the corner of Alma School and Guadalupe. So come on down. It's a free show. Come and talk to Larry, Grammy Award-winning producer, engineer, and guitar player. And he's going to be performing in here. I guarantee that our audio is going to be any good where you guys can hear it nicely. But I got my fingers crossed that you'll be able to hear it. And again, after an hour or two, we're probably still going to be down here streaming. We're going to just let this roll all day long. And let's just see how it goes. And again, thank you guys for hanging out with us today.
Jimmy Wallace bought those as soon as I walked. He goes, "What do you want to sell these for?" I said, "Because I AC when I get home." I got home, called the guy up, and he came. I paid him. He put it in, and it clicked it on, and it worked. And I headed to the airport.
I've been paid back with an amplifier.
Well, I mean, I paid him with cash. I mean, Jimmy Wallace bought the guitar. I said,
Like you sold the guitar.
I didn't need a middleman. Well, will you take that? I was like, yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah, so
I
he
mean-
sent us the logos and Yo-Yo Factory manufactures the wood. It's maple wood. With
right
a-
here in Phoenix.
Chandler. And
It's amazing because I always wanted to get the Larry Mitchell outline, but I didn't want to buy a $12,000 nags. But after seeing him play, I did buy a $3,000 nags.
yeah, he did this.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I got, several, and it's really a nice, it's my best guitar. I did when I first, I got one we used at Guitar Center. And it's fantastic. It looks similar to what you have there in Honolulu. And Phil always loved it. It's always good, everyone wants to buy a guitar that Phil likes.
This is true.
Is it the blue and white? Which one did? What was yours?
I wonder if I have a picture.
No, I can give
Well,
you
I don't know.
for 2 hours. Yeah.
You know, the first time, so I was with Ibanez Guitars for 26 years. And some interesting things happened. And I was like, all right, I have some Les Pauls, Tellys, and a couple of the guitars that I used for recording, but I never used live. So I talked to the artist rep and I said, okay, let's start playing these. So I wasn't looking for another endorsement. I was just gonna hang out and play, whatever. I still love my the custom shop ones they made for me and everything. But I love going to guitar factories, and I do a thing in Maryland almost every year. So I called up my friend Dave Weiner, who used to be at Ibanez as well as with PRS, and I said, Dave, can you give me a tour of PRS? And he goes, oh yeah, no problem, talk. Yeah, so now I'm not looking for endorsement from PRS. So just just wanted to get a factory tour. I've been to Gibson, I've been to a couple places. And they kind of blew me off. Just wouldn't even, I just wanted a tour. I didn't want to have looking for any guitar. And I was in Maryland. I was like, oh, my friend Steve Stevens has a connection with a company that somehow was connected with the Peter. I didn't know the whole story and stuff like that. So Steve said, oh yeah, I'd love to talk with you and stuff. And he wrote the nicest letter. And I talked to Joe Nags, and Joe said, yeah, come on down. And I got there and spent all day with him, hanging out, talking, taking time away from him, building these amazing guitars. And then he said, you should play some of the guitars. So I said, all right. So you let me play everything. They're expensive. Everything that was put together that wasn't, that was sold. Everything was sold there. There's no just putting guitars out there. They're pretty much all sold. And I'm trying not to scratch anything. And it was the first time, like, I played pretty much something from the whole line. And I was like, this isn't my thing, but it could be. I'm not really, all right. Yeah, they were all great. And afterwards, he was like, what would it take to get you to play with my guitar? I'm like, what do you mean? He says, well, I can't pay you. He said, no one pays me to play the guitars. And I almost had my name on it or something. And that's how that got started. I wasn't looking for an endorsement or anything. The guitars I was just going to play. But his guitars were amazing.
You saw the one that Eric bought, right?
Yes.
The Scotch. That's highly handstand. That's you had. He came over and he held it for 2 hours.
Yep.
I found it
Yes.
just noodling, having the one of them.
So the running joke is my first one is aged Scotch. That's what you have, aged Scotch. And then they made you a new one that I haven't gotten yet because I'm at home. Say why I won't have it shipped there. But,
Yeah.
I'd like to make sure it gets. But it's burgundy.
Ooh.
I don't drink. I never drink. What my guitarist did.
Jamie came over and he would not let it go for 2 hours. It was in his hands and he would not let it go.
Just play it. And I was like, damn, it's been 2 hours. Doing clinic here at ZIMM'S Guitars in Mesa. We're in Mesa. And I just thought I would share this with my such a cool, loyal group of people that follow me on Twitch. And it's also on StreamYard on ZIMM'S. What's your StreamYard?
ZIMM'S Guitars.
ZIMM'S Guitars.
On YouTube.
On YouTube. There you go. Not StreamYard, on YouTube. Hello. Okay. There is a bench over here. There's too much chairs over there. No reason to stand yet. So, thank you guys for coming. I just want to play a song to warm up. And then we can start with questions, and then it looks like we could probably get as technical as you guys want. That's looks like you want to.
Is that judging the audience?
Oh, no. I'm just saying that sometimes it's more of a performance clinic, and sometimes it's like let's dig in and how do you do this, and how do you do it, and why do you do this, and stuff like that. So, I'll start with one of my favorite songs in the last record. And since they're so close, you might hear it. It might sound funky to you. So this is tuned to standard pitch, or slightly not tuned to standard pitch. In order to do this song, though, I need the guitar to drop 5 steps down. that you're leaving?
Not yet.
Okay. I know you gave me your number, but please make sure you do, because I'm serious. I would talk with Steve about seeing if he could come in
Absolutely.
and chat and about playing stuff.
Yes.
So anyway, so I need the guitar to drop down 5 steps. Like that stuff. So I'm using a thing called virtual capo. The thing that's funky about it is that if your volume is too low, you'll hear both notes. So I have. So you hear both notes right there. So it becomes a little loud enough, then you don't hear it. And when I do the solo, I'm going back to standard. Just drop it. All right, so I just want to let you know that first, in case you do hear it and stuff like that. But it's a cool thing. We're at such a great time in technology, with technology for music. Although that doesn't mean the quality of music has gone up or the pay of music has gone up. But it's amazing that I used to carry around a 16-space shock mount rack with effects and preamps, and then a 10-space rack with power amps. And I get on a plane with this, and this has way more stuff than I ever had in that rig. Actually, in the last 4 rigs before that, or after that. All right, so this is Tunnel, my warm-up, and then we can talk about anything, or I can play. See you guys however you want to do this. That's my one. You guys want to talk? You want to play? What you got? Questions? I've got a whole bunch. Okay. I don't need all one, so. Start with one. Well, the first thing I know is before we got going, you were getting cords out. Did you ever try wireless? It's just not working for you? No, I do. I actually have a wireless here. I have a Nuance wireless here that I use at the Nashville. I use it. I don't. And I do walk around in the audience quite a bit. Yeah. But I don't use it for all the songs. Is there a latency or a reliability issue? Sometimes it feels like there's latency here and there. Sometimes it's just a dropout. I only need it to. I'm just going from here to there. So I only need it if I'm going to walk around. I'll like sometimes I'll have it. If there were lots and lots of people in the back and stuff like that, I would have set it up and then I would just plug it in right before I use it. So, or sometimes I have it on a specific guitar if I have a bunch of guitars. But wireless is cool. I mean, it's still better than the days when I used to use a wireless all the time. And, remember those? Oh yeah. I have expensive wireless systems. I have inexpensive wireless systems. It's amazing these days that you can get really good inexpensive. I think that's like maybe $200, and it works. But it's still line of sight, and I tend to go out far at like festivals if I can. So then I need something with like heavy duty. Oh no, everything's over. You can ask me about hats, boots. It's all good. It's all good. Yo-yos. Yo-yos. I got yo-yo connection right here. I'm working on an AC connection. Yes.
What amp do you play on a big stage?
That's a tricky question. So I did the
You just
last.
mic something like this up, or do you
No,
just...
no. These are just acoustic amps because I forgot that there's no PA here. So I just did last year. I did a tour opening for Steve Vai, and I plugged straight into the PA like I normally do. And some shows I had the side fills, so I was like the tracks and the guitar and the side fills. And some shows I used my own ears. I haven't done a lot of shows with actual amp on
And that
stage.
is called a...
Fractal. This is an FM3.
Okay.
I use, they have a new one called an FM9. It's bigger. This has more buttons. They all do the same thing. Just has more CPU power. But I flew with that at the beginning of this year, and I was like, I can't fly. After you're flying for a long time with a guitar in my back, I got to get on a plane with my guitar and my pedal board.
That's perfect.
So I get off the plane and still be able to play. Usually at shows that I'm doing, the PA is big enough that I can have monitors and my sound is coming through there. I've done some blues festivals with a blues artist where I've plugged into the effects. What I'm doing is plugging into the effects return these to acoustic amps on stage just to have a little, so I can walk over and get a little feedback or something like that and have something rolling off. But I used to use a lot of things. And my favorite small tube amps are the Fender Pro Juniors. They're inexpensive, they sound great. They do fall apart after you use them a lot. So you have to replace certain things, but they sound great. They're really, really great little 15-watt amps that are pretty loud and stuff like that. But that doesn't give me all the effects and tone options that I have now.
Perfect.
What else?
You got one?
Sure.
So like when Fractal Audio came out with the XFX3, they did your cab tone match of your cab, and I was just like, wait, it's the exact same thing. It's like, here's a real amp here, and then here's areas over here, and then they let you like download that cab and like try it out for yourself, you know. So do you still use that same cab?
I use that cab. So I use a couple of different cabs for recording. I have that one, and I have Justin York did my actual 212 cabinet that I have in my studio.
Oh yeah.
212 Marshall cabinet. But I have a Readwires IR that I bought back in the Ultra days, and I'm still using that for my main one cabinet. Every preset is one cabinet. I still use that for my main sound. But those cabinets, especially the AC30 cab that they did at that tone match thing, that, yeah, I use that for recording all the time.
So like speaking of tone, you know, like I've had the Kemper and the XFX, you know, and I've done, you know, Kemper tone stuff, you know, like have you ever profiled an amp, you know, like of your own using the Kemper?
No, I have friends that have Kempers. I haven't done it. But I've seen it done, and it sounds great.
Yeah.
And now they have the Tone X, which does that as well, which is very interesting. Just doesn't have all the effects and stuff. There's a couple other things. One of the software companies came out with one that I thought they were going to get in trouble with it because it pretty much did the same thing. So for me, the Kemper thing reminds me of old school sampling, like old school samplers, and they sound great. It sounds great when you tone match an amp or profile an amp. It sounds great. Where you get into trouble sometimes is when you go, let me adjust settings on this amp, and you're adjusting. So it's like taking a picture and then adjusting stuff in the picture. Whereas the Fractal and I believe the Line 6 concept is let's model a cable, let's model a resistor, a transistor, printed circuit board, knobs, everything that goes into an amp, and then they virtually build that amp in the virtual world, and it reacts a little bit. It may you might not be able to match your exact amp, but it reacts closer to what your amp does when you adjust things.
Yeah.
So when you turn a Fender amp up, the bass and treble controls change as well.
That's right.
I'm not sure it does that on the profile ones. But the profile ones, if you have an amp, if you put amp collection and you know exactly how to dial in all those amps, the profiling stuff is great. It's absolutely great. It's just that when you get to the gig, that's why when you see Kemper profiles and stuff like that, and Quark Vertex profiles, there's like, here's the amp, you get all these profiles. Here's the amp at 4, here's the amp at 5, here's the amp at, there's so many, because you have to profile it at every sound that you would think you would use it as.
That's true. Well, so things are becoming free nowadays. So we have this thing called the NAM.
Yeah, that was at the NAM show. That was one of the things that everyone's talking about.
NAM at NAM, right?
NAM at NAM, yeah.
NAM it. So like, I've taken quite a few of my amps and NAMified them, and people become grouchy if you don't profile every single setting. It's like
because it's a picture.
Because it's a snapshot, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, how do I know? Where you would set the amp is different than where I would set the amp and stuff like that. So yeah, I get it. I'm so happy with Fractal. I personally think that the Fractal universe is it's debatable about whether you like the tones, the amp tones and stuff like that. But what's not debatable, I think it's the best effects modeler, multi-effects unit there is right now. And it's just all the effects, the delays, and everything, the amount of effects and how you can do and route things. I don't think there's anything that does that, including specific, multi-effect companies. They have it. There's a seat here. There's 2 seats there. There's a bench over here. There's another seat. There's another seat. Come on in. There's still a bench and another seat over here. What else?
I'll wrap up 3 questions.
Sure.
So, on your setups, pickup heights, do you mess with pole heights? Do you wire out of phase, or have the extension guitar out of phase? Is that a switch there for going out of phase?
All right. So
I have for too many secrets.
I have been forever forbidden to work on my guitar. Forever forbidden. When I was with Ibanez back in 1988, I think it was. I started with them in '88, so it's '89, maybe 90. No, it was after. It was after '90. After I got back next door. Steve Blucher from Damasio sent me some pickups, and I said, I can put these in. And I managed to break 3 guitars in 20 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
So I had to call Jim down here at Ibanez in Ben Salem, Pennsylvania. Hey Jim, none of my guitars work. Why? What happened? I said, well, I was trying to put the pickups in. He goes, what? So he goes, how fast can you get there? I said, I didn't start driving until I was 36 years old. So I took the train there with 3 broken guitars and Jim fixed them. And he said, give me your cat's number. So we called. He goes, don't. Just go to his house, take all the soldering irons you can find and throw them in the trash. Don't let them work on his guitar. So I've stuck to that. I'm like, all right, I would like to, you know what? I'm going to take it to someone that's not going to break my guitar. This is my model. This is a Nags guitar made in Maryland with Joe Nash and his wonderful team there. It's not, so you can buy this model. It's not stock though. I was going to do a thing for another company, and I would have to use, to demo their product, I would have to use another company's guitar that had a 13-pin MIDI out. So Joe made this guitar for me with the 13-pin on it. So this has the Ghost saddle, so it has the piezo as well as 13-pin, which I almost never use the 13-pin anymore. The way I record these days, I can turn anything into MIDI if I need to after effect. And I normally use MIDI guitar controller in the studio. There's actually cool ways to do that live as well. So this is not a phase. This is the Select. This is the electric guitar. This is both the piezo. No. It's the electric guitar, piezo, and then which mutes the electric guitar, and then this is the 13-pin roll. And so out of phase, I don't purposely try to put guitar stuff out of phase. I was never huge on that, and then when I started engineering, I'm like, yeah, you're constantly trying to get rid of things out of phase. Yeah. So If there's a happy accident and something's out of phase and it sounds good, I'm like, okay, we'll use that. Because the bottom line thinking is that if it sounds good, it is good.
Yeah.
So I just don't consciously try to put things out of phase. But if something ends up out of phase, if I have a guitar that's wired weird or something like that, and it sounds good for what I'm doing, then I'll
I think out of phase wiring was popular before technology was grabbed.
It's another sound. It still is.
Yeah, you can probably use program.
Yeah. I like the positions, but I don't think they're out of phase. But yeah, that was kind of, you do that and it was out of phase and it just sounded.
Yeah.
It hit you really.
You put that switch right in the halfway spot.
Yeah.
Something weird's going on in there.
Yeah. But I follow it. If it sounds good, it is good. What else? Yes.
What's the neck profile on that?
The neck profile in the back or the front?
Back.
All right, so it's like a C, like a soft. It's a little bit chunky. So this, I believe that all the Severins are based off a 63 Strat.
Okay.
And then my model has a couple little variations stuff like that. But and it's a 8.5 radius, which I was used to playing Diabetes stuff, which is a 12 foot.
Right.
And I didn't think that I would be able to adjust to it easily, and it felt fine. I do have some vintage-ish guitars that been using for recording, so that probably helps. Right? Yeah, I don't mind a little bit of thickness. At some point, I'll pass the guitar around if you want to check it out.
Cool.
I don't mind having a little bit of thickness. I have had the issue where sometimes the guitar with the neck is too thin, and I have kind of medium-sized hands. So,
Yes, Steve by hands.
if it's too thin, it feels like it just feels weird.
Right.
Yeah, I had a couple of items guitars where we had to try and change them a little bit, and then all the ones that they made for me at the custom shop had thicker necks than the stock versions. Should I play another song and you guys get more stuff? Here's a mellow song. I have to stand up when I play because when I play electric, if I sit down, I work the wah in a really weird way, and because it's just a different angle, and I make more mistakes. We'll get to some questions in a minute. The band does not want to cooperate. Okay.
I'm the first man to do that.
Yeah. So I have an argument with AI about what song to play. So that's a mellow song. Any questions about tones or technique? That's a great question. He asked me, do I have a favorite beats per minute I play it? So as a producer, I've learned that everyone has an internal clock, as we all know. And when you write songs, chances are you're writing within a 5 to 10 beat swing of that. And I can tell you that, like, because I produce lots of singer-songwriters that come in, and most of your songs are going to be in a certain range. Key-wise, if you're smart, it's supposed to be your voice lives in a certain register, where you take a Sting song or a Police song, you can sing in your melody over almost. The same thing I told with Tracy Chapman. It's like a lot of the songs there's a 3-key range where it's like her voice sounds the best. She can sing for her in other keys, but it's weird tones. As far as tempo, everybody has that internal tempo. So like the songs on my first record were all around the same tempo. It was 104, 95 to 104. And then in the second record, there were a lot of things that I was like, oh crap, I'm gonna have to force myself to do something a little faster or a little slower. So a lot of times what you're having is like you do your first record and then you don't pay attention to, the tempo, and little things are pretty close together and stuff. And then you do a whole tour and you go, wow, you start doing festivals, wow, I need some faster songs. So then when you write, you force things in that way. Or you might write a bunch of fast songs and then you do some festivals and go, I need a break. I gotta write a ballad. I gotta write a serious ballad. So then you swing it down. You do a ballad and you go, wow, this is not slow enough. We're gonna force it down another 20, 30 beats and stuff like that. That's when you get people start forcing things. My first record could almost be called Things in E too. So I don't have the vocal limitations. So it was just me being the guitar player going, I'm gonna do this in E. So the second record has a lot of stuff in B. And then the acoustic record, for whatever reason, has a lot of stuff in G major, so kind of E minor, but leaning more towards G. And after that, I started producing, and I just started to move things around, and purposely, but also letting things play together. So if I have a whole record ready, I'm like, all right, it's a whole record. But when I do a show, I'm like, I can do the set list. Squeeze this one song in there that's not a E. It works well when you're doing a set list. You're going to transition from one song to another, but the whole song, the whole night in one key can be. But yeah, so tempo. So for me, I think the first record was mostly 95 to or 98 to 104 is like the average. And then the second record has a couple of songs that are pushed a little bit, and then I still think my natural go-to tempo is around 95 to 104, 105, unless I consciously do, move it someplace else. But I have artists that I produced many records for, and I'm like, yeah, let's just can you do it a little faster? With singers especially, because they have to be able, can't be too fast. Keep that in mind when you're playing a band with a singer. If you're not the singer, and you want to, especially drummers, want to push the tempo, that singer has to get those words out. And not all of them can do that. Not all of them can do rap speed vocals.
Intertwine your modulation and stuff with your tempo.
Another great question. Is that how do I intertwine my modulation with tempo? So I use in the fractal. There's several ways. There's no wrong way or right way to do anything with modulators and stuff and multi-effect units. For when I play as a sideman with a couple of singer-songwriters, I might use 2 presets, and I use scenes. There's one singer-songwriter, I use one preset, and I have turn off pedals on and off individually, like I had a pedal board plugged into it. I'm going to turn off the overdrive now. I'm going to turn off the delay. I'm going to turn on this and that.
And in that situation, I never turn the reverb off. I'm turning the delay on and off. I'm doing a reverse delay sometimes. I'm doing I never turn the compressor off. In my stuff, I have a preset for every song. So every song, the tempo is mapped to the tempo of the track, or when I have a live drummer, hopefully they're clicking in the same tempo, because I do a lot of things with time delays. So my delay tempo is already synced. Chorus is not necessarily synced. Flange sometimes for special effect. For that first song I did, Tunnel. So here's the main song. When I get to the B section, as a flange, it's slow enough. I don't remember if it's timed exactly, but it could just be, I don't think it's 70, but which is the tempo of the song. It says right there, 70. But it's down around that. It's loosely that. I have a thing about tremolos. When tap tempo became popular, we do things where you put the tempo in, and it just feels weird that it's so in. Tempo always sounds natural, more natural. A tremolo always sounds more natural when it's beating against the tempo sometimes. So it's not actually dead on for me. I have a couple of
Did you want to take a minute and change?
if you want to set them up while I'm doing it, can you do that? Thanks, Bill. So I have a couple of friends that have strong opinions about no tap tempo on the tremolo. Like, all right, I don't have a strong feeling about that. In fact, I'll show you the beginning of the song that I do where it is synced, and it's the only song where I think it's synced. And then to swirl, this is synced. This is panning. So when he gets to that section of the song. So I perfect, and when I play that with a band in a theater, it almost shakes the room because it's going like this. And sound guys hate it. They're like, oh no. So when I play in stereo all the time, but it's not full stereo. Like this, the delays are bouncing forth, but the main signal is not stereo. So I'm doing mono. When I get to this, it goes to stereo. When I do this, wave stereo. When I go to the solo or the fuzz, it's doing mono here. But there's bouncing delays. It's not like there's even when I use the Aspect 3 or the FM9, I'm using 2 amps. Sometimes it's not really wide stereo. It's just kind of having 2 amps happening. And when I put on a clean sound, then the amps start to they get further apart because the chorus widens them. Or so the delay, we're used to hearing delays left and right that aren't. It doesn't. You don't even necessarily think of that as stereo. So the song that I have that where the tempo is timed, we'll have to figure out where to plug that in. Thank you, Bill. Let it drive. So this song. This is wide delay reverb. It's got chorus on it. And I'm replicating everything I'm doing just from years. My first record came out in 1990. So I'm duplicating stuff, the effects stuff that I did back then. There's not a whole lot that I'm doing now because I can do this on here. The concepts all come from years of just playing. I was in a Rush cover tribute band right out of high school. Then we played we did a lot of the Police. So I was into effects. I used to carry a 12 pedal board and an 11 pedal board with an AB box in the middle.
That's me. I'm trying to downsize my stuff because it's like I'm still playing through GCM 800.
Where loudly or where do you play with those?
Pretty loud, yeah.
You play out in clubs like that?
Yeah, I'm playing next weekend.
All right, cool. So on this the song is on. Forgive me if I say the wrong name of the album because I'm never good at remembering which album my stuff is on and what year it came out. but I believe this is on Sonic Temple. And I don't even remember it. Somebody lent me a tremolo pedal, and it was cool. And I happened to have the track up, and I was like, oh, let me put this on it. And so I ended up with this effect. So I kind of go through effects, and I go, oh, that's a cool sound. I'll find a use for that someplace. I try not to just stick it in just for the sake of sticking it in, but I find spots. As a producer, you go, I know what would go great right here. So, so what's cool is that I can tell this, again with modern stuff, I can tell this to be normal. And when I bring the pedal lower down, the pedal down, which is normally, so far tonight I've been using it as a wah. So I can do that instead of having to switch something on and off, which is kind of cool. But I've done that before. I did that before. Yeah, actually, way before I had Fractal even started as a company. So it's not an effect exclusively to this. It's just a concept effect that I'm able to do easily. So this delay, this tremolo is timed. Not the name of the song. And usually when stuff like that happens, it's usually an error. Let's do it. Yes, I'm laughing because I totally forgot the song. I think I know why you're supposed to do that. Let's see, does this one? Yes, yes, Dave. No, I don't remember. So you lay out your stuff, and then if you don't practice, you kind of go, why is it doing that? What? Oh, I did that for sure. Anyway, so the question was about timed effects modulation. Chorus, no. Flange, sometimes yes, because it's a special effect to me. Tremolo, usually not, unless it's a special effect in the song. And delays, yes. And so I have a lot of. I have a lot of. Oh, here we go. Let's get some. Reflection. It's a good thing I'm going over this because I totally forgot where that goes. So that has to be time for the song. And yeah, so I have a bunch of things like that. So delays that definitely need to be timed. The song Traveler. So that has to be in tempo with the song. What else? While we change the PA over.
Don't forget you were gonna ask.
Oh yeah. Are you on the Twitch thing or no?
Do you want me to do
Sure.
Twitch?
Yeah.
How do I just...
Right, open it on your phone.
You can open it or you can, it's right there at the bottom.
Right, so
You can pick that up.
I don't want to mess
You
with
guys
the
are
camera.
good. You know.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
The camera will be on her watching now.
Nobody wants to see that.
Now, you don't probably need these microphones.
Yeah, I think use those. That's different.
Your backing tracks, is it a mixture of you're mixing it in your studio with this plugins, or you got live musicians in some of them, or all of them?
So part of what I do for a living is make records, and where I'm the only one producer where I'm either playing live drums or programming drums or playing MIDI drums, playing wheelbass, hacking at keyboards, but I know how to edit. Same thing with live drums. If I'm playing live drums, I'm doing 4 bars or 8 bars in tempo, and then I stop and do what I need to do to make the next part, and I put them together. But I'll get that part.
Did you plug it? Okay, you got it. There's a plug on the other side. Plug it in?
Yep.
Okay.
So I was doing clinics, and one of the things that and I did some clinics that were in clubs, and one of the hardest parts of clinics, my first record came out in 1990, 30 years ago. It sounds different than records I did last year or a few years ago or 10 years ago. So the volumes are different, and the tone is different, everything's different about it. So I wanted to not have that be an issue when I would do guitar clinics or house concerts, or sometimes I've done shows in a large venue. It's just me solo tracks. I do play with rhythm sections and bands and stuff like that. So what I decided to do was open up Pro Tools, and I put all the songs. I had a session with about 45 songs. Everything that was live drums I converted to MIDI, and I used Superior Drum. everything that was live bass, which either me playing it or someone else playing, I converted that to MIDI and used easy bass to mod. Everything that's real, somewhat real piano is turned in MIDI and use keyscape. So it's the same drum set, same bass, same piano, synth stuff and bizarre and percussion stuff that I took the WAV file from the sessions. And then, so if I want to, because when you go see a band, the drummer's not changing the entire drum kit every song. Maybe changing the snare drum for balance, but a lot of times not. So what that allows me to do is it's one drum kit and then the different songs in there with the different tempos and stuff like that. So if I decide I want to make a bunch of backing tracks with a different drum set, I just change the drum set and then reprint all the songs individually and then come up with a tempo. So the only thing that's set exactly like the record would be the sound-wise would be the stuff that I imported in from bizarre percussion to very synthy parts and stuff like that. But the piano can change. I have a whole set. I had to come up with a naming system. Like these are all ZF. There's ZZ, ZA. There's BA. There's AA, AB, and that means that all of those have the same drum set, same bass, same keyboard, and they're all the same volume. So otherwise, that would sound people crazy by every song jump drastically. So I have some songs where the electric piano, the keyboard piano parts are electric piano like a Rhodes, and some where it's an actual piano. It's just fun for me. And now I'm also at the point where I have a couple of songs to keep myself on because I've done more than solo things than I ever thought I would do. So now I've made a couple of like some of my favorite songs. I have a couple versions of Tunnel, the song I played the first. Political Ring, one of my favorite songs, where the drums do something different in the middle. Just little things here and there. So it's like, oh yeah, that's this version. You know, because when you play with a band, you're almost never guaranteed what. No, you're just like, we're doing that now, okay.
So you're like a pioneer band in a box.
I don't know.
Not to use a brand name, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a pioneer. I just got turned on to. So I have an artist that I produce, Katie Martin, and she uses a looper, and it's really cool. And in helping her with this, she's going to Mexico. She's worried about what year to take. There's a guy that makes a iPad looper. That's the same as her Roland looper, but it does so much more. I'm like, oh. And then I just saw a guy do like this, but he put in all his backing tracks, and they're in different things, so you can control it differently. So if I wanted to play the solo section longer, I could. And you can also put a Bluetooth pedal board to control that. Yeah. So like, oh, this is open up, but I just don't. I need to take the time to learn that system exactly. But it's very promising. So he's the one-man band in the box for sure.
The cable's not plugged in yet, so I can turn it on.
Okay. What else while I'm doing this?
Rosie's on. She says hi.
Hi, Rosie.
She says yo-yos and coloring books.
You know, this is where we're at in the music business. I sell yo-yos and coloring books. I'm out of coloring books. I have the images.
Well, and the master yo-yo professional is here. So,
oh, that's why you look familiar.
Espanilio says there's always need for more Larry swag.
Yes. Because CDs, no one has CD players anymore. So
No,
I sell yo-yos and coloring books and T-shirts.
Says he tried everything, nothing compares to the fractal stuff. My wallet blames Larry for that.
I take no responsibility.
Mine too. I understand that one. Rosie says, calming my spirit. Nags man. So nice. Hi, Rosie.
Oh, that's John Francis.
Hi, John Francis.
Slightly different in the high end. What's next?
Familia says you can get lost in those delayed repeats and just drift away.
Drift away.
wise man says my wallet also suffers from layer. You're getting blamed for all sorts of stuff today.
You can't blame it. He has, well, I'm not even gonna go into it, but he has 3 of my models. But I'm not gonna go into it. He's got the blue one actually. It's just ridiculous. He's got the blue one.
No ideas, Mr. Riley.
Yeah. You're not going in.
You're gonna need another job.
He's obviously not married.
I already have enough hustles going on,
All right. What else, guys? Would you guys know?
What game streams do you play?
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. I have some hand. The doctor, you know, was here. I have some hand issues from years ago. I've been playing for 50 years, so yeah, I'm not going to 10s anymore. I've done that. I used to have 10s and 11s on my tellies that I use for recording, but I'm not anymore.
You always playing standard? Do you do anything half step down? Or?
The reason I stopped using locking tremolos is I used to have a bunch of guitars in a half step down and a bunch of guitars in standard. And one day, someone came to pick me up because I didn't drive until not that long ago. And I grabbed the wrong cases. And I got there, I had no wrenches, and they were a half step down. And it was a nightmare. And I already hated locking tremolos for many reasons, but that was it. I was done. So I switched to Ibanez Blazers then, which are like Strat, Super Strat kind of things. And yeah, I don't normally do it. When I'm recording anything is subject to work. Anything that works. So I'll do odd tunings, and then I have to take a little video to remember that, because then when the artist invites me down to sit in, I'm like, who played this? You did. And no, I didn't. I don't know how to play that. I can possibly. Oh yeah, I must have tuned the string down or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. So, what else would you guys like to know?
I don't see any off-board gear. Do you find that with the current firmware that you don't need external effects like the H9 that you've had in the past?
No. When I switched to FM9, I still have a pedal board with an FM3 on it and the H9 and stuff like that. The FM9, I didn't need it. It wasn't doing it doesn't do anything different than that. It just offloads CPU. I'm trying to travel light now, so I'm not doing that. The H9 is great. I love the H9. I have a couple of small pedal boards with overdrives. I don't need on the guitar player, and it's cool to have a couple of boxes on the floor that you can step on at any given moment and do that. I don't need it traveling. I'm flying, and I have a guitar case, just one guitar, as you know, because I'm borrowing a guitar from you for tomorrow. Clothes, smallest suitcase clothes I've ever carried, and then that case holds my live rig and my live streaming. I stream live on Twitch every Sunday acoustic and every Tuesday electric. So that carries my electric guitar rig and a full 3-camera shoot recording, video thing. So I can't justify another pedal board. I am playing the Dallas Guitar Festival next week, and I have already asked Doug Doppler, hey Doug, can you bring a couple of pedals down? Because I'm going to be on stage, I'm going to do the jam, and yeah, I'll do that. But
I'll be there.
Oh, you go?
I'm
Cool.
going because you were calling.
Oh,
I've already
nice.
bought the tickets and everything.
Oh, okay. So I'm playing it Friday at 3:30 with the band.
Yeah, I've got a 2-day pass.
Okay. And then the jam, the All-Star Jam, is Saturday night. And if you're there, Andy Timmons is doing something at the Guitar Sanctuary. That you should
I
probably
just hope I don't bring too much money because I probably won't come home with it.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Last year, all the nags started disappearing after the performance. They were sold out.
He sold a couple of G-Bat sold it.
Yeah.
Of my models.
I was just looking at the time, and all the ones I were looking at were sold.
I don't know what he's got this year yet.
I don't want to know.
Liar.
What else?
Do you see pedal as an expression pedal as well, or just?
This is
wah?
an expression pedal, so
Do you
it's
use
sometimes
it as such, or?
yeah, sometimes it's a wah. Here's a good example. Here's a good song for that. What's cool is that every song things can be drastically different. If you do any kind of modeler, I suggest you come up with a system so that you don't totally confuse stuff like I was a little while ago. So, and I usually also make little notes. Let's see if they're there. All right, so this says one intro is PX. So that means the pedal is probably pitch. So there's a little octave thing. Oh, it's less. Oh no, it's the. So this is the flex delay. PX. So off, back. Same thing, but this has an octave. This preset. I mean, this scene has an octave. Then we get into the melody. It's a wah. We get into lead. It's a wah. We get into the end of the song, and it is what I call hat tip. It's a whammy. It's a whammy. You like remember the whammy pedal? You just pick whammy pedal. So that's what that does. So and then there's. This is not as wide. So I'm not sure what it's to. So that's one. This is one preset where the expression pedal goes from the flex delay to wah to when. I think it used to do more stuff, but I probably got confused.
It's, yeah.
What it is. So I can play that song. Unless somebody has another question right away.
You have lots of people calling you an enabler, an gear enabler.
That's so wrong.
As Emilio, Dallas Guitar Festival is how we met Larry in 2018. You have to hear this guy. He's playing at the festival. She was hooked immediately. Rosie says Larry's amazing and his music hooks everyone.
Those are questions.
Great friend too. I'm just reading what people are saying.
I have a question for you. Would the Larry 20 years ago tell you that what you're thinking about doing is impossible if you were having a conversation back then?
Yes, because remember I carry around so much gear to do a quarter of what I'm doing with this.
Even the effects, though. I'm just saying if you had endless pedals, even if that old Larry thought you would have 1,000 pedals at your disposal, did you think you
I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. And now, my backup is a Boss G Pocket GT. It's this big.
Yeah.
And there's a Bluetooth wired pedal. And so I was like, that's insane. And it costs $150, $120. That's insane. And I did I don't know, my suitcase. At the NAMP show, Nuix gave me this little amp box that has it's got its own wireless transmitter, so it's a receiver. It's got built-in effects, and you can control it with an iPad or an iPhone.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is cool. Let me use it I used it as a green room warm-up before the NAMP show. And then I was in San Diego after the NAMP show, and I had to do a private fundraiser event, awareness event for Guitars in the Classroom, which is an organization I'm part of. And I had done a sound check in this really beautiful home. Got everything sound great. I'm like, and I had to do my live stream an hour before to play. And I'm like, I'm not going to take things down. And I couldn't do it in there because people were coming in and talking and stuff like that. So I did it outside by the pool. I said, let me see what I can do with this little thing that I use as a green ramp. And it was amazing. I was like, I didn't have the same control, I didn't have all the number of effects, but I did a live stream for an hour, almost an hour with that. And it came with its own little Bluetooth wireless thing. You have to ask me about wireless. I was wireless the whole time. And I just kept going, all right, this is cool. If they made a little box that I could change channels, that would be even better because I had to change channels by hand. Not realizing that I'm carrying a Bluetooth pedal that I probably could have taken the time to figure out how to get it to at least change different channels. So I couldn't have imagined that stuff, 30 years ago. Okay. If I could, I would have made a lot of money. That's right. All right, so I was at Grace, right? I was trying to figure out Grace. And this is from second record. So let's see if I remember this part. And that's why I use the box. Every time I use the okay. What would you guys like to know? No one's asked me any like actual soloing stuff.
Well, I get a question. My hand is always, I always put my thumb along the neck, and yours is never off the top of the top.
I don't have a spot to put it.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm always tired, and I wish I could find a different hand position that I could.
It's supposed to be like this.
I know, that's what I do, and I hate
But
it.
it doesn't work. So
You use your thumb?
sometimes.
So you end up with Jimmy at the end of your.
That's because it's an easy song to jam with friends.
Yeah. Did you ever get into like a band that just no?
I was in a Rush tribute band, and we did Zebra, Triumph, the Police, and Rush. I was in a band for a minute that did some Hendrix stuff, not Hendrix, Eddie Van Halen stuff. I was a big Van Halen fan. But I never in a band that specifically did Hendrix. I've done a couple of projects where I've been part of the Black Rock Coalition. All Hendrix things and stuff like that. And I played, Buddy Miles used to come sit in with me, and we did Hendrix stuff with Buddy Miles. And Buddy was as great on guitar as he was on drums.
How you got your guitar EQ'd?
How do I have it EQ'd? It's flat. It's flat. I'm doing this all the EQ shaping from the actual from the amps. And again, I use the same amp for clean and dirty throughout. My stuff always has too many effects on it. So it's kind of like I got it to set up so it sounds great in my studio, and then went through a PA system loud, and got it to sound good. And these speakers sound different than those. I didn't adjust to those speakers because then I'd be shooting myself in the foot. So I did that in the early days where I created some presets in a hotel room, and I went and did the gig, and I was like, immediately go, oh my God, what did I do? What did I do? And these things, this has 511 presets. I should have just copied the presets I wanted to do to another location rename them, and then mess with those, and then at least in the middle of the gig, I could have gone back to my original presets, which worked. But I learned my lesson. So I don't adjust the presets. You know, these sound very different. I wasn't gonna adjust them for that. I get to a club and it's not quite exactly the way I wanted it to sound. If we can't do it with EQ on the board, you know, I'm just gonna leave it alone. I know it sounds good. It's the sounds are done. I know it sounds good for me in all kinds of situations. So if I run into a situation where it doesn't, I'm leaving the EQ. I'll have them EQ at a board as if, you know, if you bring your amp to a gig, they're going to EQ it towards the room and stuff like that. Sometimes people EQ on stage, but I don't know if that's the best idea too in certain situations.
Even still, it's got to be more consistent than a random backline.
Oh, it's very consistent. It's very consistent. That's why I'm finding more modelers and profiles and modelers on major stages for sure. Nobody else wants the volume. That's why I was asking about that. You know, even in Nashville, you know, they're switching to Broadway, they're switching to modelers because they don't want the volume and stuff like that. And then all the major tours, Taylor Swift has like, I don't know, 60 fractals.
I have a hard time carrying all this stuff. It's crazy. I'm not young anymore.
So yeah, so this is the 1987 X Plexi, and I have an actual 73 Plexi in my studio that I can't get past one. But I like it because I can turn down, it gets kind of clean. Turn it up. And when I hit it with an overdrive box in front of it. So that's my lead tone. And this is the same without the overdrive or with the light. If I turn it down. For really clean stuff, I use a Tremolux, and I have a 65 Tremolux. What amp are you? It's one of them. It is. What's the bass guy? Oh, that's a mistake. Bass man. I don't remember making it to. It's AI again. Cool. So we're not going to get into like soloing, all right?
Here's a question. What made you switch to single coil pickups?
I always liked the sound of single coil pickups, but they didn't work in the environments I was in before. On the Billy Squier tour, there was one guitar that had 3 single coil pickups, and I used it for one song. That was it. The closest thing we had to single coil next is Billy played a no-cast on the first couple of songs. So I guess I got into single coils in the middle position because I always did humbucker, the single coil in the middle, and I like that middle position, the off positions. When I started playing the Blazers, the Ibanez Blazers, I was wanting to hear a little bit more single coil sound here and there. And when I produce a lot of singer-songwriters and stuff like that, I'm using a Tele a lot. A couple other guitars with single coil pickups or P90s. And when I played the Nags 7, they were all single coils, like real single coils. These are the Mondo Area 67, so they don't make hums and noises and stuff like that, but they still sound pretty good as single coils. And this is a humbucker that's in it, squeezed a little bit to sound, get the feel. And I've gotten used to like it. I did make the mistake. I got some Lawler single coils and they sound great, and I put them in my first Nag 7 of my model when I was making the Traveler. And it sounded really great. And a friend of mine called me up and said, "Hey, we're playing in Columbus, Georgia. You should come down and sit in." It's like, grab the guitar and go down there. And I plug in, and it's like, I was like, what is that? Because I played the club many times with that guitar. My friend goes, "I thought you had like, noise canceling single coils. And I said, oh yeah, these are allowance, which sound great, but and he goes, I said, they're real single coils. He goes, oh, this is like the worst club in Columbus, Georgia for like noise. And I was like, oh great, I didn't realize that because I never had that issue. Fine, I get to the gig, keep it on the back pickup most of the time. And, you know. My friend John Cursman, who produced Creed and Puddle of Mud and Godsmack, and one of my favorite guitar players, is playing in Tallahassee, Florida. Come on down. So I grabbed, because John's a telly guy, I grabbed one of my tellies, which I know I'm not going to play. I don't know why I play tellies all the time in the studio, not live. And I grabbed my guitar, and I get there, and I pull the telly out, because I'm all proud. I want to show John the telly. He goes, oh, you can't use that telly in here. I'm like, why? Because this is the worst club for noise in Tallahassee. I'm like, oh, good thing I brought my, oh no, no. And sure enough, it was Buzz City, because I had the other guitar I had. So I went back to my friend and I said, hey, could you, because I don't know if you missed the part where I don't work on my guitars, because I break them. I just walked into a shop and said, can you put the pickups back? Because he didn't like them, said, oh, I love them, but I needed, you know. So I have those pickups, and I at some point I'm going to put them in one of my guitars and just use it for recording. And just remember not to put it out. And I you know, there are situations where you do like a pop gig or a singer-songwriter gig where it's big enough that if you have that, and guys will do it with like vintage guitars, but they found ways to make it work. Where the singer's looking there, do you want me to give you money for a real guitar? Those are 65 shot. You want me to give you? They don't care. It's just, that buzz will ruin their show, you know, especially singer-songwriter stuff where the whole level is. When I play with Tracy Chapman, you can have a conversation on stage during most of the songs. So yeah, you can't be buzzing going on and be like, yeah, you need some better gear. Let's go to the studio store and buy you better gear. Like, no, this is great gear. Why does it make that sound? But what else?
Semi-solo related question.
Sure.
You seem to be walking all over the neck without any real regard to a specific scale. No, it's not. It's certainly not that. But have you,
I am specific scale, but the scale, you know, the notes repeat.
Yeah. Well, yes, but it's hard to recognize because you're so fluid at moving from one to another.
This kid go down a good road. I always say the best thing you could do is teach yourself the fretboard. If you learn the fretboard, you're not stuck anywhere. So if you know how to go from here to your house, and only from here to your house, you have to take that road. So if there's an accident, you have to go around. You're going to go slower because you're lost and trying to figure it out. But if you know the neighborhood kid, you know 20 different ways to get to your house. You know if you need to test your car a little bit, what street you can drive 90 miles an hour on and not get arrested, and not hitting kids crossing the street. And you know where you can, oh, I want to stop and get some ice cream. You can stop in there and then whatever. Or I don't want to drive by my ex-girlfriend's house. So you can avoid that. That's what I'm doing. If you know the fretboard, you know the neighborhood. You can at will change direction. And that's what I'm trying to do. And on my songs, I have planned out sections where I'm like, I have to do this melody at this bar, and it's maybe two bars long, and then it's open for another 4 bars or 8 bars, and then I gotta hit this mark. So I have road marks that I want to hit, and I still am pretty loose with those. So I think of soloing as like speaking. You learn words, you learn the alphabet words, how to construct sentences, but when you go to speak with your friends, it's not a pre-planned thing, right? You might have a subject. You want to talk about guitars. All right, so you start talking about guitars. Someone brings up a Rickenbacker. You go, oh, now you're off on that tangent. Right. You want to be able to do that with soloing, be as free as possible with that.
So with that answer, then would you say that if you have a song, you reproduce it 3 or 4 times, they're never going to be they're going to be really close, but you're never going to hit identical notes over and over and over again like that?
I'm pretty sure I have safety things. Like I can revert back to most of the solo that's on the record, but I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to also inject the feeling I'm at the moment.
Yeah.
So what's different, like if I play. Like that. That is one way of saying it. I might have played it like that on the record, but I might be feeling. It's a different bit. I'm attacking it differently. I'm just speaking it, and I've done it before on the go. If I go, hey, look at that guitar above your head. Hey, look at that guitar above your head. Look at that guitar above your head. It's the same thing I just said, but they mean different things. One is going to be like, oh, yeah, cool. And you'll turn around slowly. And the other one's like, oh, is it falling on me? It means something different. So when I'm soloing, I'm trying to, not only if I'm playing the same lick, you know, I hit those marks, they might sound slightly different because I'm picking it differently or not picking it. Or slowing it down, slurring it, or playing a little bit behind the beat. You know, when you're hanging out with your friends, sometimes guitars are cool and stuff like that. Or if somebody you're excited about something, you're on top of the beat. The same thing with solo. But learning the fretboard helps that. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah. What about you in virtual land?
No new questions.
Do we have any questions on YouTube back there?
Someone asked what pedal board you were using.
Fractal MF. Fractal FM3.
Totally different. MF and FM.
Yes. Very, very big difference. Yeah. Are you leaving? Don't forget your hat.
No. I want her to enjoy your music too.
Okay. Hello. Welcome.
Thanks.
My hat's my placeholder.
Your hat, and you just dropped your glasses.
You mentioned earlier political rain. What's your favorite song to play?
Right now, Political Rain is from 1989, and it came out on our first record in 1990. It's been my favorite song up until Tunnel.
Okay.
But yeah, Political Rain.
That's the one about the trash trucks that went missing, right?
Yes.
That's my favorite story.
It's from 1989. It has nothing to do with any political situation in the last 30 years. It has to do with New York City and stolen garbage trucks and cities buying those stolen garbage trucks, which always blew my mind. Someone said, hey, Mr. Mayor, we need new garbage trucks. And it's like, oh, they're expensive. They're $120,000 a piece. So I goes, hey, I know a guy. got my AC hookup.
That's right.
I got a garbage truck. 30 grand to that cat. So 120. I'll play Political Rain if you want.
Yes, please.
I've been using setlist so much it's like, oh yeah, where is that now? So setlist, you can program certain songs, and then you can go one to the next. I, of course, am not doing a set, so I'm trying to find it. So this is a mono delay. Yeah. This is most of what I was saying before, which was a stereo delay, so it's bouncing back and forth. So I was in my head in the middle of the solo. I try to not be just going with him, not in my head. I'm just playing how I feel at the moment. And remembering, oh, there's a melody I'm supposed to be playing. Oh, yeah, here it is. That's what I want. But in my head, I was like, oh, I should be showing this. I should be doing that. And then I can't. And then it's just, at that point, it's like almost like playing by numbers to me. It's supposed to just playing by how I feel. So I keep forcing myself out of that, playing by numbers. Question. You had enough? Might want to buy a yo-yo, t-shirts and yo-yos. These are freshly made.
Brand new.
Brand new. Made here in Phoenix.
On them.
Huh?
See that they have you on them.
My
Looks
signature
like my shot
yo-yos.
glasses.
Yes, the shot glasses. Signature yo-yos.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I saw the originals back there.
Oh, okay.
Finally
mixing a bottle of cords.
Honey. Yo-yo man.
Bottle of
Bottle of cords. Cord whiskey.
Oh, okay. Cords?
I'll take it.
Yeah, that sounds
Thank you. Oh, there's 10. There are actually 10.
Okay,
so-
give me a second here.
Second.
Okay, give one to the old man.
Cool.
All right.
That's 4 today. That's awesome.
I know my secret
Yes.
Thanks, Hans, for getting those done.
I don't know where my wallet is, but just remember I owe you $10.
Thank you. We got shirts too.
Wait,
I
get
did.
two, because we'll get Tim one.
Tim Wilson.
We'll get Tim Wilson one.
Might need a refill.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go back and
He's
make
got a
more.
birthday coming.
What?
He's
I'm
got
gonna have to go back and make more.
How do you sign
Right now, it used to be shot glasses.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's an interesting thing. I'd have to look. Coloring books went really fast.
Yeah.
But they weren't. They were. Those were designed by John Ev's son.
Yeah.
The new images I have are gonna be cool. Yo-yos probably. And on the Vi tour, because nobody expected it, we got added. I got added last minute, and I don't know what I was thinking. At first, I wasn't gonna bring any merch because it was just me, and then I was like, and I drove to their first gig, and my friend Wade and Katie Martin called and said, "Hey, we're coming to the show," and I said, "Hey, did you leave Opalite yet?" "No." "Could you stop by my house and grab that box of merch I had?" And Katie said, "I'll sell merch," and it was great. It was really great. And then Katie ended up coming on the road with me selling merch, and she developed yo-yo face because people because first of all, at first when people would come in, they would see her, they would go, "Is this Vi's merch?" She goes, "No, this is the opener." They go, "Oh, there's an opener?" so literally she's actually like this. "Yes, there's an opener. There's an opener." You got basically saying, "You got a problem with that?" And she's like tough girl here with the yo-yo. Katie, I hope you're watching. I mean, it's hilarious. She's just like, chewing gum, flicking a yo-yo. "Yeah, it's an opener. There's an opener. He's on right now." And then they would think that it was the radio playing or the DJ playing, and then people would come running in, which is great. And then they would come back. And I would meet them at the merch table, and they would buy. And so this kid, I think I told you, this kid broke a yo-yo,
Yeah.
and he gave it back. We replaced the yo-yo, and so Katie is a bit of an artist, so she drew on the both sides of the yo-yo, and it just it was sitting on the table, and I had a card that said T-shirts, this T-shirts, this 25, this T-shirt, this and that, and I think we had a couple of shot glasses left, and we were out of something. We were out of the water bottles. Had water bottles. And so she put the yo-yo on the broken yo-yo on there, and it's beautiful.
Do you have a picture of it?
It's on Facebook. I'll send it to you this Sunday. So this guy goes, and how much for the yo-yos, and how much for this one? And she goes, oh, that's not. He goes, no, how much? Is 40 enough? He paid $40 for a broken one half of yo, but it was her artwork on top of it,
That's cool.
and it was pretty neat.
That's cool.
So I don't know what is the best selling. I know that at the end of every show I will be out there, and we sold a lot of yo-yos because I had that box. We actually. Did you send yo-yos?
I sent you yo-yos.
Yeah.
You were like, I'm going to be here on this day.
Yeah.
Can you make them to be here?
Yeah.
Like, yes, for you, of course.
We ran out of stuff. I don't know what I was thinking about not taking merch, but I needed a merch first. Because I was in my Mini Cooper. That was the first thing. Thank you.
You're not out yet, right?
Nope.
I was gonna say, how'd you do in Mesa? I didn't sell any albums, but I sold a lot of yo-yos.
Well, the reason I started doing alternative merch, especially the shot glasses, is because for a while people were like, I don't have a CD player. Or people come up and go, oh yeah, I found you on Spotify, or I downloaded it on iTunes, and I was like, all right, when you're traveling, you kind of need stuff to happen at that moment. So then I did the shot glasses because I went to Russia and Finland, and my bank manager at the time was like, hey, you're going to Finland, can you bring me a shot glass back? And I was like, what? Because her husband collects shot glasses. So then I did the shot glasses. I don't drink. I got bourbon guitar and scotch, and I sell shot glasses, and those work really well. And then so the reason I have yo-yos, you know this, right? The reason why I needed something like that.
I think I was there the day that you, like right after that happened.
I played in Tacoma, Washington, and this woman brought her grandson there, and he was really small for his size. He enjoyed the show. She bought him a CD, didn't know if he had a CD player, a T-shirt, a small, and it was like really big on him. I gave him some guitar picks. Charlie gave him a drumstick, and he was just still at the table looking for stuff. And Rosie sets up a massive merch table.
Yeah.
There's stuff up there, and I'm like, all right, where did that come from? It's cool. And he was just, it was like, I have nothing on the merch table for kids. Nothing. And I said, I have to get something, even if it's like, if I just carry 4 or 5 of them, because kids don't come to the shows that often, but they do, because I do stuff with autistic kids and music and stuff. The next show was here. Mm-hmm. And you came to the first show, and then
in my Yo-Yo Factory shirt.
Well, no. Well, the first show you came to, and then the second one was the Guitar Clinic, which was here at ZIMM'S, wasn't it? No, it was Guitar Clinic. It was Tone Whip Airplane. And you said that she was going to be late, and
then you gotta bring him something if you're gonna show up late.
And she walked in and handed me 2 yo-yos, and I'm like, that's random. I haven't seen a yo-yo in like forever. And he said, I'll show you.
I don't think Hans knows that story, so thank you for telling that, so he could witness it.
I have an idea for a product for him, but I don't know how to make it yet.
Oh.
But like, imagine a fidget spinner that was 3 guitars, and then it was autographed on each neck.
Somebody's making that now.
He is streaming.
We're streaming on.
Somebody's gonna do this now. Yeah, steal that idea.
Edit. Trademark.
Just gave that one to the world.
No, that's cool. I've taken yo-yos with Vi's logo to Steve. I guess I don't know what
We
happened
did
with that.
yo-yos for Steve.
And
Jason Becker.
okay.
The Jason Becker years happened at the last ZIMM'S clinic.
Okay.
There and his mom
Oh,
were
that's
here,
right,
and we
yeah.
made the connection, which
Awesome.
is super cool.
Yeah, I thought she was the Bears in the it's cool, but I thought his mom Leslie was cool.
I didn't hear anything.
Yes, let's talk. That's a great.
Yeah, okay.
That's a great idea.
I gotta make it.
We got to make it before other people who are watching make it.
Now, I have a question.
Yes.
You're not on Facebook Live anymore, right?
I do it
used to
occasionally.
listen to, and then it was switching to Twitch last year, the end of the year before.
I
And
still
then
do
I got lost on.
Oh, I'm still doing Twitch.
Okay, is that an app that you get?
You could get the app if you want to comment, or you could just watch by going to twitch.tv/Mr. MR Larry Mitchell.
Okay.
And but you just won't be able to comment or share.
Okay.
I did that because Facebook was stopping the stream
Right.
and telling me that I was playing someone a copyrighted infringement. And I was like, no.
It's
And then
me.
like a month later, oh no, you weren't copying, you weren't infringing on anyone's copyright. So we'll unblock the stream. So for a live stream, that doesn't work. And then YouTube was for another reason, but I need to go back. I could go back to YouTube now as well. But there's a core group of people that watch on Twitch all the time,
Right.
and it's bye guys.
I think I first heard of you through Tim Moyer through the
Yeah.
pandemic, was trying to raise money. That's how I just.
Oh yeah. How cool.
And are you still doing that type of stuff? Helping fundraisers and stuff like that?
I try and do a lot. I'm on the board of a company called Guitars in the Classroom, and we provide. It's mostly California based. We try to provide instruments and follow up program lessons and stuff like that. Started out by teaching teachers how to play an open G tuning so they can make up with really young kids. So you can make up songs easily in open G tuning. You play simple chords, and a lot of teachers go back and become more advanced. But basically, if you tell a bunch of 6-year-olds to line up, it's like herding cats. But if you pull a guitar out and go, it's time for the lineup song, they are like, and then now there's programs, there's a program for special needs kids, and there's companies that develop a drum that doesn't, really hurt. A lot of autistic kids are sensitive to sounds and stuff like that. There's a company that developed, I think it was Collar developed this ukulele that you can almost hose down, because in school you gotta be decontaminated with instruments and stuff like that. And then I've gone and played for juvenile, at-risk kids that are they're not in the place that they really need to be or want to be and stuff like that. And sometimes you're using music to communicate and to learn. Music is great for education. I mean, we learned our ABCs usually from singing and stuff like that. And a lot of tribal systems, you sing the songs of the history. You learn by singing or through music. And there are programs where kids are playing the instruments, and there are programs where it's just used to help just bring music in the classroom. So it's called Guitars and Ukuleles in the classroom, but it's originally guitars in the classroom. So I do that, and then I do whatever we can. If we don't invest in our future, we will have no future. And as a musician, if we don't invest musically in our future, we don't have. And guitar companies know it. They know they have to. We're all. We buy instruments. We have money to buy instruments, but eventually, if we don't, the next generation is like, I don't want a new iPhone. I don't want a guitar. Or they become like Kanye West, and there's nothing that a keyboard or an iPad can't do that a guitar can do, or a guitar can't do, keyboard can do, which is crazy. So you gotta invest. What else? Do we need a break? Do we want me to play some more songs? Or Eric's gonna play while I use the room of rest real quick. The room of rest. You guys want to check out my guitar while I use the rest? Room of rest? Real quick. I'm afraid to touch it. Oh no, you gotta be the first one. Excuse me, one first one. Excuse me.
Thanks for coming. I'll connect you with Larry.
Yeah, mine don't sit that low.
Which way am I going? Oh, Jared is drumming. It's not a break.
You can mellow up. Hey, Sticky.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mind if I get a shot of that?
The first thing I notice is, there's not $400 tuners on there. It's pretty much out of the box, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's a boutique guitar.
I was say,
Yeah, but
They're locking tuners.
Oh, they are, okay.
Yeah.
I just can't tell by looking directly at them. All of the
I noticed when I first sat down that the pickups looked like they were just hammered low.
That's what I
That's when
asked
I
him about the
realized that
setup earlier.
The only thing sticking out above the guitar is the fretboard.
Yeah.
You're not sticking out.
Yeah, even
So
the
if
bridges
you're
he
not
says.
I saw these, those are hammered down too.
Yeah.
yeah, bridge is low.
The bridge is recessed.
Bridges. So if he gives it that illusion,
I do. I don't have them sorted out.
But these are very deceptive.
Actually, my bad.
Let me,
Let me
I think they're max brand, but they have a wheel on the
What size t-shirt do you wear?
Large.
That's nothing compared to my guys are way
Erican. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I have this brass plate.
I know them from when they were in college.
There's a pin that goes through. So it's not 6 screws, it's not 2.
They're 25. Let me see what size that have.
Same range. So
This is a medium.
vibration.
If anybody interested in t-shirts, I have the light thing. Huh?
Big boy shirts.
I'm gonna check.
Yeah, right.
So I have that as a medium. Yes. Were you guys there?
Yeah.
That's why you guys look so familiar. I'm like, that's another medium.
Not all the time.
So do I. Do you know which shirt? Well, let's see what it's. This is a large.
And one of these got wear already. Yeah, it's cool. We love.
It used to be. It was five. It was Louis G's.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. But you live here now, or do you live both?
No. We sold our house there a couple years ago.
Small in that.
So you know Randy Hansen?
Yeah, I do know Randy. Not super much. I do know Randy. That's a medium.
He's hooking up with a friend of mine, John Sutter. That was started music together.
Yes.
Bring the shot 7 years ago.
Okay.
Joe Walsh actually.
Mine has a bit of a soft D on it. Mine is They'll be hanging out for a while.
I have this in a 2X. I have that in a 2X. What's it? You look at the chairs now. You gotta look.
We've been invited. You guys look.
Which shirt?
Whatever. I like
We were just saying.
Locks the string in the post. It doesn't lock the tuning up. You can freely, but the string isn't going to slip. Especially as you pull and you go on the string low and
when I get home in 2 weeks,
if I don't have one, well, it's now the wife's office. She has her own business, but yeah, I have plenty of space for her. If you have something you want to bring over that we can.
yeah,
We're
but
gonna
I am
an amateur tech.
the latest
I can address most of that I'm probably stressed about.
Need a hair?
Does it come back?
I went to John Ackerlingo's studio last night. And 5 hours working on bass parts. Very simple song.
Yeah, no, actually, I don't recall that. Thanks for hosting this again. Thanks for hosting this again.
Dude, you are welcome. Anytime, once a year, I hope. We don't squeeze COVID in the middle there, we'll be good. As long as you don't squeeze the COVID in the middle, we'll be good.
Oh, you can.
Hey guys, we're here and it's like
You're not.
I think they call it Chesapeake Village. I think that's what next called. They're in Maryland.
She's okay. Maybe some side treatment. She's okay.
You don't have very many options, I guess. You can do the inlays if you can get the layers. I think you want to, that's confusing for some people. Inlays versus sometimes I play by side dots, so it doesn't bother me.
What's the wood?
it's mahogany and maple. Oh, no, older and maple. It's 8.5 pounds. Yeah, well, there's more. Oh, actually, no, this is lighter, because it's the Sigma Hollow. The other ones are 8.5 pounds. I don't know what this is. But it does have extra electronics. I kind of wish it was just regular one, it's not that old. My cousin's supposed to be here.
I do. I do. That's the other.
All right.
That's the other thing that happened.
So that was a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Oh no. All right, so Larry's finished, but we're gonna hang out and talk, and I'm gonna try to get him on the mic here and talk to you guys, and maybe answer some questions. Let's see how that goes, though. And again, thank you guys for watching. Don't log off just yet. I think we're going to be able to talk with Larry, and again, if you guys got questions and things like that, we're going to keep going. We're going to see what happens here.
I'd like to be a single X, but I have to be a double. And just specialize. Okay, it always goes down. This is what I'm bringing down, but I might have. This is a 3-axis splitter, I'm sure. I might be able to get some more out.
All right, so I hooked this microphone back up. Megatod, let me know if you can hear this good and everything. So let me know, guys. Leave a comment if you can hear my voice. And here in a few minutes, we might be able to get Larry to talk and answer some questions. And if you guys got anything, maybe add to the comments right now if you got some questions. And we'll kind of keep them here in maybe 5 or 10 minutes. He's probably going to load up his gear, and he's selling t-shirts. He's selling yo-yos. And good. You guys can hear me? Okay. Because I can't see the screen right now, and we've got the camera way up here. But yeah, okay. It's kind of high, so we've got the camera on a mic stand, and it's way up there to try to get the whole room in here. But yeah, so far, thank you guys for watching. It's been a very successful stream for the last 2.5 hours. And Johnny Bean helped me figure out the 2-camera thing. We used a phone there for a while. And I think that helped with the audio too, where a lot of you guys, I think you had to turn your volume up very loud, but I think it helped to give us some good audio. But if you guys got any questions for Larry or for myself, who knows, right? Weird things have happened. Leave us some questions. And again, all you guys, we got some super chats. Thank you so much for all that kind of stuff. And we're gonna keep streaming here for a little while and see what else happens here. So let's keep it going. All right. Okay, he's playing some more, so I'm going to take this mic and I'm going to go stick it over there as close as I can get to his. Won't be in stereo, but I'm going to go stick the mic over there real close and see if we can hear this. spacey effect in there for just a split second.
You got a Ranger?
Oh yeah, it's just to get the effect.
So the local guitar hero when I was growing up was Steve Stevens.
Oh yeah.
And he had that radio and
That's right.
I just she knew I wasn't on anything. It was making spaceship sounds. And then I used this to control the rate. So I haven't spoken to him in 2 months, maybe 2 months.
That's not that long ago.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. He's playing better than ever, and
And him and Billy Idol.
yeah, they're out right now. They just played Atlanta. That would be the show that I would have gone to. I'm not home. Yeah. Yeah. Great show. Idol's got to be 70 years old. That's a rocket. And I went to Rick Springfield. I have a friend playing with Rick Springfield. I have another friend who's doing sound. I'm not even going to mention the name. 2 singer-songwriters I know work well. And it was like, ladies, you got to calm down. You got to calm down. And then when he took his show, he's 74. He took his shirt off, and they were like, you got to calm down. You got to calm down.
What about George Lynch? You played with him?
At the Dallas Guitar Festival.
That's
the last
right.
time
That was like a year ago.
No, it was 21 maybe?
Yeah, it was right in the middle of COVID, which is surprising to see guys out doing stuff.
I don't know if things stopped in Texas at all. One of the things they were doing in Texas was you just like, how you get 100, because people like land. I'm like, oh, just get 100 friends and chip in $100 and you can bring lots of bands.
What was your thoughts on George Lynch? Were you a huge Stockton fan in the day?
Are we still streaming?
Yeah.
I like George. I wasn't a huge fan. So in my neighborhood, like Steve was the local guitar hero. But in Far Rockaway, we had, in that area, we had 10 guitar players there.
Oh, East Coast.
East Coast.
Yeah, the whole East Coast, West Coast.
No. But yeah, we had 10 always had 10 guitar players that were doing stuff. They were doing great. And then in the 5 towns, we had 10 guitar players. And so I would go back and forth. I was always one of the 10 guitar players that were doing stuff. My friend in the 5 towns is John Levin. I was maybe 18 and out of high school, and John was 16, 17, still in high school. John could figure out all the Van Halen licks, all of the Kingsley licks, and he knew all the John all the churches. And then John went off to Tumblr, and he always been going for the last 23 years. It was great when we were kids.
August of 2019, out at the Kenyon Club out in Santa Clarita. That doesn't seem like he used to. Okay.
How old is he? The first thing to go is that, that's your instrument. It's gonna go.
Yeah.
Maybe the guitar in our 90s.
Oh yeah.
As long as you can, hold on to it. But singing is a little tough.
I was talking to the bass player, and I was up there. I see your bass. I forget his name right now, but he's in Dawkins.
Was it Jeff Colson?
No. He made his own bass guitar. And I did a little video about it, but I asked him, hey, can I play your bass? He said, yeah, man, come up here. And we're in the middle of their sound check, and I'm playing the bass, and the sound guy's like, get that guy out of here. Sorry. He's not the band. Get that guy out of the stage. I apologize. Scurry away.
But won't you have fun?
I know it. It was fun. It's a memory. I forget his name.
I thought it was Jeff Wilson.
No, he's been in Porter for like 15 years now.
Oh, I don't know.
Have you done any studio work with like Tim Pierce or people doing all those guys?
No, I would love it. Tim Pierce. Great. Speaking of Rick Springfield, the first time I saw Tim Pierce was like right out of high school. He was playing on that Rick Springfield tour, and I was like, what is going on here?
Remember back in the day where
Tim Pierce, 8-bar solo, first 4 bars, 1 note. Yeah. It's like an insane flurry of notes. He got all the notes in 8 bars in those last 4 bars, and 1 note in the first 4 bars.
a lot of people
Great solo.
said that Rick used to say that he recorded that lead himself, and then you hear Tim Pierce saying, no, that was my lead. So I always had a little.
Actually, I thought on the record.
Jesse's Girl.
On Jesse's Girl, I thought that on the record, I thought that was Neil Giraldo, because he co-wrote the song. Yeah, I think that's Neil Giraldo. Yeah, Rick can play. Yeah, he definitely played, but Neil Giraldo, because Neil co-wrote the song, and I think he did the song. But the solo on "Don't Talk to Strangers," that's Pierce. I did do. I played on a Rick Ocastic's solo record from the start, and there's one solo by. He was a guitar player in Giant. He's a producer. He produced the Keith Urban stuff. I was a Keith Urban fan. He was in Giant. Come to me in a minute.
The guitar player of Giant.
Yeah. Studio guy like Tim Pierce or Steve Lucas is right in there.
John Rock?
Nope.
That's what came up when I Googled guitar player of Giant.
The band Giant?
Mm-hmm. Glam, rock, glam, hard metal, or metal, hard rock. There we go. Words I have right now.
They were more like a progressive rock band.
Dan Huff.
Dan Huff. Thank you. Dan Huff.
Okay.
Great.
Rick Beato
Google
did
for
an
the
interview with
win.
him or something recently.
I haven't seen it. But Dan Huff was like, studio guy back in the day, like, Tim Pierce and Steve Lukather. And then he moved to Nashville and became a producer. Right around that time, Mutt Lange turned Nashville country into like rock, 80s rock and pop. Yeah. So he did that. He produced.
I got Steve Urban to do a yo-yo.
I'm still a little salty about that video.
What video?
I'm salty.
Just ask everybody that I recognize, hey, give me a yo-yo trick. So it was Lukather and Billy Sheehan and Michael Anthony, and then YouTubers like Noodles from the Austrian.
He threw in,
but there was
like,
Jared Dines.
Phil was in it. Everybody but the yo-yo professional was in the video. Eric was in the video. Everyone but the professional yo-yo player.
Did you edit her out?
He never asked me. So
No,
yes,
you're in it.
I'm salty about
You're
that.
in it.
Just a little.
My son does the
You
edit.
might have to re-release the director's cut.
He does the edit.
Director's cut. Yeah.
I had the video and I got like a new phone and I lost the video.
Oh,
and I'm
no.
so bummed
I probably
about
still
it.
have it.
If you have it, I would love
Yeah,
for you to resend it to me.
But Peter, his wife, was like, "That's Steve. He gets into something. He's going to do it all the way." I mean, he was doing it. I hadn't seen one in 40 years. He was doing it. And I gave Kev Mo one to give to his son, and I don't know if his son ever saw it because Kev was just doing all
He
these
was having
tricks.
a blast
Yeah.
with it.
I was like, "Kev, remember you have a kid? Your son. Give him a son."
Yeah.
When I was a kid, my
doctor prescribed yo-yo. He didn't really meds, he needs a yo-yo. Get him a yo-yo.
There's probably
Sure enough, a yo-yo. Oh, hey, I can have talk.
there's probably a bit of that now that needs to happen.
Yes, yes. It's funny how, you might not think you have something in common with someone, but the minute you say, have you ever played with a yo-yo?
Yeah.
Instant, you now have a connection with that person, which is really cool. Everybody has a yo-yo story at some sort.
The last Larry clinic at the old store, just when I found out about the store got the yo-yo right away. I got them all over my office. Type out. Hello for play guitar or do yo-yo.
The other guitar players that really, you and your boys, what were the other guitar players that you guys were like really into back then?
Well, everybody was into Van Halen.
Did you go through like a 70s phase though, where you were into like the Allman Brothers or any
No,
other
I never
stuff?
none of the guys I hung out were ever into the Allman Brothers. I think the Allman Brothers was much later. There were guys who were into Page, and then I missed that whole era, so I got back in and into Page, and then I got more into Zeppelin, and then the production stuff is amazing. If you really break down Zeppelin beyond it, there's acoustic guitars underneath all those heavy rock riffs and stuff. The production stuff was amazing. I was into Andy Summers. I was into The Edge. My friend Jeff Ball, who used to take lessons from Steven, he's way into The Edge. John was in. Yes. Is this the exact stuff that's on? I was like I said, Andy Summers. I was into Alex Lifeson because of Rush stuff. I was into Nile Rodgers because it was the funk rock and the funk stuff and the disco era, the guitar playing, and then his production. But like I said, the local guitar was a lot of the guitar players we were into were local guys, and they're well, Steve Vai was technically a local guy. Zetrani didn't come on the scene until much later, but Steve was the local guy who made it. Did Frank Zappa's band, and then he did Flexible. And it's like, all right, he's from the island. George Cintron was another guy that was local that was really good.
And so this is the 80s.
And then Mark here from Rat Race Choir. Yeah, this is the 80s. Rat Race Choir. There were a lot of guitar players out at the time.
What about the Adams made so many?
I think it's everywhere. It just takes a handful. It takes one or two to start to get noticed, and then people go looking. There's great guitar players everywhere. I have a habit of meeting 12-year-olds that'll blow your mind. Joe Bonamassa opened. We did a show together. It was fun. I've met other guitar players at 12. Thomas McRockland, who's ridiculous now, played with me. He was about 11 and 12, and at 9 he was opening up for Ozzy in stadiums. And we did a show together, opening for Steve Vai at a NAMM show once. He used to come sit in and play with me. I have a habit of knowing 12-year-old guitar players that are absolutely amazing. And I always say, keep your ego in check, because we could go knocking on doors in a 5-mile radius. We're going to find a 12-year-old that's going to blow you away.
We have one here.
That doesn't mean that they're going to continue doing it, because I've met a lot more that are. I know a lot of guitar players that are famous now that were 12 when I 12, 13 when I met them, 11, 12, 13. That are famous now, but that there's way more that I haven't heard from them at all. And some that don't play, some I've heard from and they don't really play anymore. It's like skateboarding. You find a kid that's really great skateboarding and they do it and then they haven't touched it in 4 years.
There's a kid locally that plays Gavin
Terrell.
He's phenomenal. We met him at John Petrucci Guitar Universe 3.0, and he will blow anybody out of the water.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is fantastic.
John recognized him and had become a fan with him.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So one of the sad things that happens is there are guitar players that are really young that are great, and everybody, you could have the stage parents that push them, and it might be pushed more than they want, but then you also have like all the attention is on them. That's another pressure. And if they're amazing guitar players, they're even more amazing because they're 12.
Right.
And then they become 15, 16, and they're still amazing, but they're not, the focus isn't on them because they're 12 anymore. And then at 20, it's like, what do you do? And then at some point, you're just like everybody else that's really good.
We had a local kid, Nick Sterling, right? Sebastian Bach found him when he was like 18. He wrote the whole Skid Row album, which was probably 10 years ago. Nick went out on tour with him. They were going to do a live record. They said, Nick, you don't get any of the money. You don't get any of the royalties from the video. You get nothing. You're just a guitar player. Nick was mad about the whole thing and sat his guitar and came home and put his guitar in his closet.
He doesn't play anymore? It happens.
Yeah, Skid Row really. Or Sebastian Bach. Sebastian Bach. Yeah, he's a local guy. He came to the workshop. And he sat there and play, but he's not interested in trying to do anything anymore.
It happens. So many reasons. So many reasons.
Usually they find a girl, and then it distracts. Is usually
Well,
what
that's
it
a good
is.
reason.
It's usually what it is.
For me, it was the other way around. You know my Prince story? I was a Prince, big Prince.
I don't think so.
We're still speaking. Oh, you got that in there. Are we still speaking? We're still speaking.
We are. I don't know if they can hear you unless you want to put that
I'll tell
mic
you
right
there.
there.
Tell me a dinner.
No, I'll tell you that. But I discovered Prince, and I was like, oh, this is amazing. I discovered it in a unique situation.
Usually you have the other one, the Onyx.
Which is great. Still love it. I just used it. So I came out to NAMM, went to San Diego, did some stuff, and then I had to fly home for 12 hours, go to Florida, do a festival there, and then fly back for the San Diego Music Awards. So I left this guitar and a bunch of stuff and this rig in San Diego, flew home without anything. Oddly enough, I had a duplicate set of gear there, and I used the black guitar, the Onyx guitar, and then I left that with Katie and some other folks, and they drove their. I gotta go pick up when I get back, and I came back here and I had this gear. On the Vi tour, I used the Onyx guitar mostly. This was a backup. At the Orlando show, John Francis let me borrow the blue version of this guitar.
The blue one.
I just picked it up and go, all right, John, technically it's my guitar. He goes, no. But he let me use it, and I was going to use it for one song because I wanted pictures with that guitar on the live setting. But it plays amazing, and it just every now and then something just jumps out. And I've been lucky. I have 3 of my own, and they're all great.
Yeah.
But this guitar is like, yeah. So that's semi-hollow as well.
Yeah.
And it reminded me that semi-hollow has a little bit of a rounder sound. And so the rest of the tour, I started playing this guitar, and the Onyx became the backup. That's all. I go through phases. It's a good thing to have.
Yeah.
When I got my Ibanez endorsement, I had 2 real guitars, a Kramer Pacer with a Floyd Rose and a Hamer Steve Stevens model. Both I won in guitar solo contests. And the only reason I'm not that competitive. The only reason I entered the contest because I didn't have any real guitars. And I was like, wait, if I go and I win, I can get a real guitar. I wanted a Lockheed tremolo and stuff like that. You know, I had $100, $200 guitars that were put together kind of thing, and they're giving away a $2,000 guitar in 1986. So I went and I won the contest, and I was like, oh cool, and I got a guitar. And the second time, Guitar World magazine said they were going to write about me because from winning the guitar solo contest. So it's cool, and then they didn't do it. And they said, oh yeah, we missed our opportunities. We're going to write about this year's winner. So I took that. I should enter the contest, And I really am not that competitive. I was like, if I win, great, they're gonna write about it. But if I lose, they have to write that so-and-so beat last year's winner, and I would still get some press.
Yeah.
And I happened to win. So I won 2 years in a row, and I had 2 guitars. And then I can't go too much detail, but there was another company that's very big that wanted to do what Ibanez had done, which was take up and coming guitar players and elevate them and do some come up with them. So Steve Blucher, the vice president of Maggio, called me and said, "There's a company, blah blah blah, that wants to do that, and I turned them on to you, and they really like you, and they want to work with you." I'm like, "Oh, that's great." He goes, "But you got to meet them at NAMM." I'm like, So I had to sell those 2 guitars, the only 2 guitars I had, in order to get out to NAMM. And but I was pretty much assured I would have an endorsement with a major company. And I got there, I was all excited, and I'm in their booth, and I'm like, "This is iconic history here. This is great." And then they brought out this guitar that was
Not what you wanted.
It's still a horrible guitar. And I said, this is cool, but can I play one of those? They said, "You play whatever you want, but this is what we're promoting." And I was like, all right. So I said, "Steve, let's talk about this." So we took a walk, and Steve, I can't do it. I really can't do it. I can't. Not only is it wrong for everything I was doing in New York, that for them to even want me, consider me, I didn't like the color of the guitar, which was not going to change. I didn't like the style of the guitar. I didn't like anything about the guitar. I didn't want to put my name. I didn't want to be associated with it. And he goes, "All right, so I respect that." And we walked away. And he goes, "Did you tell me you sold your guitars?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "So you don't have a guitar?" I said, "No." He goes, "I'll build you a guitar." DiMaggio has parts. He was going to build me a guitar. And right then we walked by Ibanez, and I said, "Can we go to them?" And they had, at the time they had Paul Gilbert, Joey Safoya, Steve Vai. Did they have Satch then? Yeah, they had Satch. Vinnie Moore. They had quite a few guys, stuff like that they had done that with, and that program had ended. They only wanted people that, at that point, that everybody had heard of. And he said, "I don't think they're going to go for it, and stuff like that." I said, "Can we try?" So he said, "Yes." So we walk over, I meet Richard Lasner, and he's very nice. He shakes my hand. He goes, "All right, nice to meet you." And he takes my press kit, and he walks away. And I had this sinking feeling like, oh my God, I don't have any guitars. I don't have a guitar. And so Steve said, "Well, I'll walk you around to different booths. You can try some stuff. I'll introduce you." He knows everybody because it's the Monday pickups. And he goes, "I can't guarantee anything, but we'll see." So later that night, I was getting in the elevator at the Hilton, and Richard Lasner was in the elevator, and he remembered me, and he was very cool. And I said, "Hey, Richard, hey, Rich, what's the odds of you picking guitar players to give endorsement?" I asked the wrong question too. Give endorsements to at the NAMM show, because I needed a guitar and needed to know. He goes, "Oh, we go back and we sit down for about 2 weeks and we go over stuff and we figure out who's right for the company, who we want to work with." I'm like, "Oh," and I said, he goes, "Well, sometimes we listen to we go through one person's package." I said, "Well, if you can only go through one, can you go through mine?" He goes, "Yeah, I can do that." So the next day, I looking for Steve Blucher, can't find him. I happen to be walking by Ibanez, and I see Richard at the podium, and I start walking to him. And he's reading a magazine, and I didn't do anything different, just the way things work. As I'm walking, a couple steps away, I realize he's in reading the Guitar World magazine that they finally put me in for winning the second guitar solo contest, and he's a page away. I swear, I go, "Hi, Rich," and he flips it on. Hey, I let you take, he listened to my cassette tape, and he read the stuff I was doing in New York, which was only just playing local bands. I was playing like 9 bands. And he goes, "Yeah, I think we'd like to work with you." And I was like, "That's it?" Because Steve Blucher came up, and he goes, "Well, you want to go see some companies?" I said, "No, Ibanez said they want to work with me." He goes, "What?" And he goes, yeah, they work with you. Okay, cool. And I had the endorsement. And it was a mellow, it was just going to be a very low key endorsement thing. They weren't going to push and advertise and stuff like that, which is fine. I really needed a guitar company behind me.
Yeah.
And I think it was 3 months later, I called Rich, and then I went and got a guitar and the whole bit. And I think it was 3 months later, I called Rich and said, hey, I'm doing this big tour. I think it's kind of big. It's Miguel Bosé. It's in Spain and Italy, and it's going to be for like 6 months. And the pay was amazing and stuff like that. And it turns out Miguel is huge. I mean, the largest audience that I ever played for was 90,000 people, and that was when Miguel Bosé. And the average in Spain was about 20,000 people. And Ibanez there treated me amazing, and it was great, crazy. So that's how I got that adjustment. And the company that I shall not name that I turned down is one of the 3 biggest guitar companies in America, and one of the two biggest. I'm not naming any names. And actually, they did find another black guitar player to promote that guitar later on, which is what they were doing. So companies are weird. They're like, oh, we want to market this towards women, so we got to find a female guitar player. Or we want to market this towards black guitar players. All right, knock yourself out. And one more thing about that, I felt vindicated. Many years later, I was at the Baked Potato watching Mike Landau, and he brought up, oh God, my memory's gone. He brought a black guitar player up to play some blues. His name will come to me in a second. Amazing. And so I went, at the end of the night, I went over and I said, I just would shake his hand and say, that was great. Really hit me. His blues playing is amazing. He's absolutely amazing. And as I'm walking away, he goes, hey, you Larry Mitchell? And I was like, yeah. He goes, oh man, when I was like 10 years old, man, I used to have your picture, your posters on the wall. And I'm like, yeah, I used to look at the Ibanez catalog. And I was like, how old are you? He goes, it made sense. He was like 35 years old. Like, man, I felt really old. He had a beard and all that. And I was like, how old are you? But so one of the reasons I didn't want to work with that company on that guitar was I'm not really a good salesman. I play stuff that I use, and if you can't tell the joy I have in using this stuff, then I don't know what's it. But I mean, I'm using this because this is what I do. So I can't fake that. And to play guitar that I absolutely hated, and to be put in magazines, they were doing an ad campaign. They were going to put magazines and everything, clinics and stuff like that. I know as a young African-American kid that whenever I saw somebody, my skin color, playing a guitar, I was immediately like, I want to know more about it because he just didn't see it that much. Mm-hmm. So if I had done that and some kid bought that guitar because of me and it's a horrible guitar, I would feel really bad. Yeah. I know that all the guitars that I promote, like, this is a great guitar. It's a little expensive, but it's a great guitar. If you buy it, you're not going to hate it, or you're not going to hate it because it's a horrible guitar.
I think that's probably the top guitar in your collection.
That you played back in the day, was it like a S series, like a Satriani style, like an S?
So my history at Ibanez is I am the model killer. And so when my deal with Ibanez was going to be just a mellow thing, but the president of Japan, Ibanez Hoshino Japan, came over and met me and then said, put him in the catalog. And that's how that whole got started. So if you watch the early catalogs, it was Steve Vai, Joe Satriani, and most of the time Paul Gilbert, and then me in the catalogs and stuff like that until later on. And then Andy Timmons came in, which was really cool, which I had a little bit to do with as well. So there was Andy and I.
But the body shape and the model was
I started with the Maxis.
A Maxis.
And you put me in the catalog with a guitar for 2 years in a row, that guitar gets discontinued.
Oh, no.
And then I had a 540, 550, and then that kind of disappeared. And then I got in R body, the radius, which became which became the R body, and then became the Satriani model, and there were no more R bodies or radius.
Strauss, Ibanez right behind you in that case.
That's an S.
That's the same thing, isn't it?
That's an S.
Oh, that's an S, yeah.
Yeah, the super thin, which used to be the Frankenbali model.
Okay.
Yeah, and then later I did the SZ, which was more like Ibanez's take on a Paul Reed Smith. It was that same scale length, and it was, you know, you could see the wood and the whole, just different kind of thing. It had Wilkinson tremolo. Then, so
The first one was a radius. They called it a radius.
the R, the radius, then the R, then the Satriani model. No more R's. So it would be like if they, when they came up with the Steve Vai model, they said no more 550, no more RGs, right? But they did do that. So the reason I kept switching is because I did a lot of clinics and NAMM shows for Ibanez, and I swear it would always go like this. And they go, hey, you're gonna do this like a little clinic run. It's gonna be cool. Cool. Does it matter which guitar I play? No. 2 weeks before. Hey, what guitar are you bringing? Oh yeah, we discontinued that model. We're going to send you something overnight and check it out. So 2 weeks before clinic, I'm now playing a new guitar, and it was just like, so we'll go like that. So I ended up with 4 of everything because
That you didn't feel comfortable on.
well, they were all good, but it's just like yeah, comfortable. I didn't feel comfortable. So I would end up with 2. I would end up with the guitar they sent me, which was stock. Then they would make me a custom version of it at the custom in US, and then I would get a second custom of it. And then I would go, I know they're going to discontinue it, and this is the guitar I play. So let me just buy walk into a music store and find one that's off the wall and get that. And then, so I would have 4 of this model, and then they would discontinue it, and they'd go, hey, which guitar are you playing? And I'm going to send you, and it would start all over. And my final thing, the new artist relations guy, I've outlived a bunch of artist relations guys there. And I tease him about this. Even at NAMM, which I always tease about it. He came in, he's really cool, Mike Arrigo. And he goes, is there anything you want, you need that I can get for you while, I don't know what your status is with the other artist relations. I said, no, I'm good. He goes, you sure there's nothing? I said, well, I'm playing the SAs. I think, no, I don't know what it's called. SZ maybe? It's super thin, and it has a non-locking tremolo and stuff like that. Basically, what they have now, that the super strat they have now is kind of like what I always play. But anyway, I wanted a blue one. That's the only one I didn't have. And he goes, yeah, I'll get you a blue. So I happen to be in LA. He calls me up. He goes, hey, where do you want me to send this guitar? I said, oh, I'm in LA. I'll pick it up. So I pick up my cousin, and we go by there. And I play the guitar, and it's cool. And I happen to go, so you sure this is not discontinued, right? This is my 4th one. You sure this is not discontinued? He goes, no, this is great. It's popular. It's fun. I said, okay. And then the head of, I don't know what Happy's position was, the head of maybe marketing, has to be worldwide. He might have been the head of marketing worldwide. Happy comes by. I've known Happy since the early 90s. So, oh, Happy, hey, and I said, Happy, is this guitar still in production? He goes, oh, no, discontinued. And I'm dying laughing, and Mike goes, no, Happy, he means, is this guitar, he thinks it's out of production. We're not going to make it. Happy goes, oh, yeah, no, it's not. This morning, no more. That morning, they decided to kill the guitar. I received guitar number 4 of that model, and it was gone. And so Mike is like, no, Happy, I'm just dying laughing. He gets it. He goes, no. Happy's like, no, finish, no more, gone. Not.
Is this all just coincidence?
You put me in the catalog for 2 years in a row with the same guitar, or give me 4 of them, and it's discontinued. That's all I know.
So you went from a guy who sold guitars and had none to a guy that they were giving to guitars to.
Oh,
So Charlie? Do you know Cat? Charlie White? So in the Cat moved from Seattle to New York in the 80s. I I met Kat because she's into zebra stripe, and the 80s I was all about zebra stripe. And on my first record, Kat's maiden name is Lorman. I accidentally gave thanks to Kat. I put an E on her name, which made it Lorman. Right? In 1990. In 92, I think it was, at a show, the Keckle Vice have these big shows at 33 speaker cabinets on stage, party speakers were bringing. And I was talking with Kat after the show, and then Charlie had just moved to New York and wanted to talk to me about playing music. And he talked to Kat, and when I stopped talking to Kat, he came over, introduced himself. I shook his hand, and then another friend of mine came over and said, my wife would like to meet you. And which this is even funny. So I was like, okay. So I shook Charlie's hand. I said, hold on a second. Kat saw me shake Charlie's hand, and Charlie saw me shake Kat. So they started talking. My friend's wife, at the time in New York, for whatever reason, were interested in me, and was not good because I did super on my manager. Anyway, so I blew off his wife because I thought she was a manager. Turns out she was the head of B&G Worldwide, one of the largest record companies in the world. I was just like not into it. Once she told me her title, I was just not interested in talking to her because I had been burned by manager. That was a mistake. But anyway, so they thought Kat continued talking to Charlie. She thought I really knew Charlie, but they got together and Charlie's last name is Lorman. So I gave 2 years before they met, I predicted her maiden name, her married name too. And then I went out to their wedding, and Charlie and I were on the boat. Don't ever get on anything with an engine with Charlie.
I know, he works at a boat company.
They own a boat yard.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Yeah, no, don't get it. I'm serious. Nothing. Charlie is the reason why I have drum tracks on my phone. Just drum tracks, because me and Jeff will be there 10 minutes before we go on, and where's Charlie? And he comes in, dude, you're not gonna believe this. I was on my motorcycle, I was doing 110, and I flipped up and did this, and I don't know how I'm still here and walking. And that's Charlie. Charlie will jump off his roof into a pool an hour before the show and come in bleeding. And why has he had two back surgeries and that? Charlie, you're 6'7" and 280 pounds. You can't hit things. Either it's gonna break or you're gonna break. So we missed the win because we were in a boat. And when we got there, they had a massive music industry wedding. There's a couple hundred people there. So then we just went big party. And Jeff played with them. They've done tours together. And I needed somebody to play my stuff at the wedding.
Now when we were at camp, the whole time we were there, Jeff was in the room next door. We didn't know until we were checking out.
Oh, really?
Opened the door at the same time, and it's like, this whole time, have you been listening to that?
Oh.
Yeah, he's cool.
He's a race car driver, right? He drives. So Jeff is cool. So I'm the shortest member of my band in the North Pacific. I am the shortest member.
No, Ronnie?
She's not in my band.
She's not your band, but.
And there was one damn show, Steve and Tom Harris. Tom Harris and his son Steve. I would walk on them. They're both 7, right? And big. One time we had to do the NAMM show, a thing with Travis Larson, and we did this thing in Fullerton. And so we had to get in there and get out, do the thing in Fullerton, get in and get out. And we pulled around the back, and this bounce is like, no, you can't park here. So Tom Harris goes, oh no, we're just dropping the band off. We'll be all right. And so 4 guys pull out that are 6'7", and then me. And the guy goes, no, you guys are good. Leave it there. Nobody did anything. They just got out. They just piled out of this giant pickup truck, and it was like the security was looking at like, yeah,
It's not hard to miss them when you're walking around.
no. So it was great because we played and then walked out. Just walked right out and made it to the next show. I'm packing up. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out and bringing yo-yos and buying yo-yos and PAs. See you Friday. Friday.
Oh, lucky you.
5:30, 3:30. And then I'm supposed to do. If you're still there, you're not. You're just there Friday and Saturday, right?
We're gonna be Monday through Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we're gonna be in Texas Thursday. You trying to tell me to buy another ticket?
No. I do a clinic kind of like this, but on the inside stage. But if you're there, when I'm not on the main stage, I'm usually at the G-Brat's guitar booth, just hanging out playing it. Something like that. And my friend Doug Doppler's going to be there. So. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Bye. See you in Dallas.
Every time Doug sees you, he goes. Every time.
Okay, guys, check. Is this working? Are we working? Somebody let me know. Okay, guys, so Larry Mitchell has been here since 4 o'clock. And like 3:30 actually, he rolled in, and it's been a great stream. Thank you guys for watching, but we're not done yet. I got my mic back hooked on. He started talking about a couple of things where he's like, turn the mic off, okay? So we got it back on now, and I think I might be able to ask him a couple of questions, and we might be able to get him on here for you guys. So hang out a little while longer. Again, I really appreciate you guys hanging out, and let's see if we can get Larry to say hi to you guys. And if you got any questions, throw them in the chat right now. And this has been a long let's see, how long have we been going here? We're at 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 45 seconds of live streaming today. Thank you guys so much, and we're not done yet. Maybe we'll get a few more. There's some eyeballs on us still. Maybe we can get a few questions with Larry, and hopefully he'll come up here and chat with you guys. I'm going to help him tear down some gear. I'm going to get him to autograph a guitar for me. Maybe I can have him do that right here in front of this camera. And so let's see what happens.
You'll never forget. You'll never forget. Star Wars, and it's like, see, I mean, wow, it does Mark Hamill. Oh my God, that's great.
And this is going to bring up me. And just save it to your contact. I'm going to keep for a captain.
Oh, you got one of those funky dots?
Yeah.
Was he hanging out with you guys?
He's done well with like adventures. Yeah, he was with us a lot. Anyway, he had business cards, so that's he said, here, take a picture.
So when I get business cards, especially exams, I like to take a picture of the person with the card, so that you know, I'm like, oh yeah, I know it. I know, you know. Otherwise, you get lost.
You get like 10 saves it. Of course, you're flipping it all around the house.
I've gotten yelled at multiple times. Damn it, Stephanie, don't play towards the TV. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but if you come by the factory, it's literally Arizona Avenue to Elliott. There's a ride now, like, or it used to be a ride now. We're back in that little complex. You'll be working up here. Let me know. I'm there on Tuesdays. Yeah, I'm there on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We'll just shoot me a text and say, hey.
No, we live down in California.
So, Honda Spirit, Solar Spirit,
How's the brand?
yeah, they drive us and they do all the production and engineering.
So yo-yos they're doing are they coming back?
So they are coming back like crazy. We have a couple of 12, 13 players that are on TikTok and I have millions of subscribers. And
How you doing, Jamie?
Oh
man.
Even better.
Thinking the last two times I saw you.
I know, I still have your old yo-yo.
If you're interested, the national yo-yo contest is gonna be in Mesa. At the Delta Hotel, it's like the Mesa Convention Center, the hotel that's attached to the convention center. It starts on Friday, June 30th.
You want to shopping, Jamie?
But
Always.
Saturday, July 1st and Sunday, July 2nd, will be like the two major days of everyone's playing.
All right, Jamie. I need you to move out of the way of my little live stream right here. All right, guys. I'm glad you guys are still watching. I am holding Larry Mitchell's Nags guitar. And so this is the guitar that he travels with. Let me turn this out.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, so this is Larry Mitchell's Nags guitar. Very nice Nags Shrevern guitar. Feels like it has 9-gauge strings on it. This is the guitar that he travels with. So he's going to put this in his case and get on an airplane. Beautiful neck on this. Let me get close to the camera so you can see this neck. So yeah, Larry's a really cool guy to let me even hold this guitar. But very, very nice. Larry. Yeah, he just played for 4 hours. Super nice guy to sit here and do that.
Hey guys, what's going on? This is my NAG signature model, and it's not a fish on the fretboard. It's me, the logo.
Oh, the logo is you. Oh, I see. Super cool, man. Super cool. Let me see how many people we got eyeballing us.
Any questions?
We got 21 people watching right now. So
Cool.
Thank you guys for that.
I got to eat because I haven't eaten anything in a while, and I'm starting to fade.
Okay. That's okay, man. Eat something. We've been streaming for 4 hours. After Larry he's going to pack up his gear, and I think we can get him to set and maybe answer a question or two for you guys. Talk about his guitar or leave a question, anything you guys want to do. Leave a question. We got Larry for a few more minutes.
I just saw one of my influences. I was into a lot of stuff. I'm a big Prince fan. I was into Rush. I was in a Rush tribute band back in after high school, and we played the Police and Zebra. Steve Stevens was the local guitar hero. My friend John Levin, who's in Dockin for the last 20 years, I guess, or so, was we grew up together, hanging out, playing, and absolutely. My friend Jeff Dahl was a big influence. He played with Brian Ferry. He definitely got me into Roxy. He got me into delays and stuff like that. So, and then Steve Vai was Long Island local guitar hero.
So you're from Long Island. You're born and raised in New York.
I was born and raised in New York, Brooklyn, and Queens. But I used to spend time hanging out on Long Island.
How about that Eddie Murphy movie where he went to Queens, Made in America? He went to Queens to find his queen.
Yeah, he grew up in Roosevelt, Long Island, and went to high school with my cousin Janet. Not in Queens. In New Mexico.
You found your queen in New Mexico, not Queens. Yeah, so thank you very much, man, for everything you've done. Now he's gonna pack up his gear and just relax for a little while.
I'm gonna do a selfie first.
Oh, nice. That's super cool. Uh-oh, there we go.
Selfie live stream selfie.
Larry, socials. Let's talk about some of your Instagram, some of your Twitter things that you do.
Okay, I do a lot on Instagram. Larry Mitchell's photos, the Larry Mitchell's photos on Instagram, and then my Facebook is just my name. Look for the one with the hat and a guitar. I don't Twitter much, and I do Twitch. So every Tuesday night, 9:00 Eastern time, which is are we on? What time are we on?
We are on Pacific time right now.
Pacific time. All right, so because you don't change, right?
We do, but we've changed back, and we don't observe daylight savings time
Right.
here in Arizona.
Yeah.
So when the rest of the country does, we just stay where we're at.
Yeah.
But now it's changed back. So
Okay.
we're on Pacific time.
So 6:00 Pacific time on Tuesdays, I do a live stream, kind of a concert on Twitch, and it's twitch.tv/Mr. Larry Mitchell. Twitch.tv/Mr. Larry Mitchell. You can do that on a browser. You don't have to have an account or subscribe or anything. If you have an account, you can log in that way. And then every Sunday, I do an acoustic live stream, nylon string, acoustic based live stream on Twitch as well.
Awesome.
Same time.
All right. Very nice, man.
Thanks.
All right, let's take a little time. We're going to pack up his gear. We're going to do a few things. A few more people in the store still that I'm going to say goodbye to. And I have an Ibanez guitar that it's one of my from garbage to glitter guitars in the videos that I do. And I just got the guitar back today. I'm going to see if I can get Larry to autograph this guitar for me. So that might be fun. It's fun for me. I'm guarantee it. This is more fun for me than you guys watching, but I'm glad you guys are watching. I'm glad you guys are here. It's been a marathon of a live stream today. We're at over 4 hours live streaming today. It's been tons of fun, and I'm super glad that you guys are here doing this kind of stuff with us. And I'm gonna go put his guitar back before I drop it or anything. This is his touring guitar right here. This is his number one, you know. So let me go put this away. We'll be back. We'll be back.
Oh, my friend, the same thing up there.
I don't play too damn anymore. I have to drink a lot.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I've heard.
That for excellent. More processing power and have
And what's Jones at?
No, fortunately, I just got.
I saw her with.
Oh, yeah, when I'm gonna die.
She opened. Oh.
No, she just, I turned her on, she doesn't know.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, but I've had that, it looks a lot, maybe it's a lot like the, you know, the tabletop 505.
Yeah, my girlfriend went to the back there and she said it was.
Three beds are great. They're hard to, tend to be hard to die.
Yeah, almost, they're great.
Nowadays, great as any volume.
Yeah, how you see them back in the heyday.
Pro.
I know.
So the interface looks like the 505. Okay, it's too many options to figure out.
I go there. Go there before you. We just went to the actually before after Dan, we left.
Yeah, I think that might. So this has like 4 parts, which is. It's the same thing with too many options.
Yeah, so I still. It's kind of funky though.
I think they are, but there's so many options. Like I'm not, as much as I'm not using 50% of the top. But so I can block them out. There are other people that like they get in there and they just think of them right. So that's what Katie, you know, Katie having the 4 buttons there is like, all right, so I can take that and not let where you start with like, oh, I can put as many as I need. And then it's set up so that like the airstrip, Bluetooth pedal, you can buy that and it just works. But I will tell her, I'll tell her about it.
It's like there's.
I just know Katie. You know, she has learned it all. But she's learned it just like last week. But the thing is, what I'm saying is that when she looks at it, if it's blank, it's intimidating. If it's like, it doesn't have to be blank. That's intimidating. If she looks at it and goes, there's 4 buttons, they can do anything, but there's 4 buttons. Like if you set up 4 buttons.
Hey, and I told you, you want to go? I mean, I was up and I'm going and met my brother and
Gentleman there was like, I actually, I will send you some. Yeah, I'm out of what I have. Any Ford or any Ford or any I have a 3.
So yeah, so I have this. I mean, they're and it was like people always music. I mean, okay, good. So now we over here and see that we're like, you can come out anytime, really. And people say, oh, I'm gonna be there all the time. And I have no desire to go back to my
Yes, oh yeah, I gotta put, he put the lid back, they got that right there.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
That's something that.
It's hard to go. But hey.
We'll do it. We'll do it.
No, so Mark, so we're like in our town, like we don't, Mark was playing for Towers, with the guy. He would get up every week and play our songs with the guy or whatever, and we all have to all. So, but that was a year and a half. Every Friday night, whether it's 116 degrees, there it was, sitting out on the patio, sweating and waiting, you know, because he played between 4:30 and 7. And it's like, Jesus Christ, what does it have to be? Yes, Mister's going, and you're just like, but since then, we haven't really met anybody in our place, so we started doing talent shows. So we have like this once a month talent show. And first night we were there, we started rattling off those chimneys or something. My husband was like, oh my God, are you from Mark? I mean, he like went out and went up to the guy and said, hi, I'm Mark. So, long story short. No. We met another guy.
All right, guys, let's see. Got 15, 16 people watching. This is the guitar that I'm hoping that I can get Larry to sign. He's back here packing up his stuff, talking to some people. He's chatting to people on his phone. He's doing this and that. And so I'm giving him a little bit of space so that he can wrap up. But this is the guitar that I just recently had painted. It's an RG 570. Or is it a 560? I don't. Let me look again. I think it's an RG. Yeah, it's an RG 570. It's got the big, thick skunk stripe, and this guitar was gray, and it was really ugly, like a gunmetal gray. Had a bunch of little chips in it along through here and stuff. And so I'm gonna paint this thing and do a garbage to glitter video about it. And so this is how it turned out. And I'm going to ask him to sign it, not here, not down here. I'm going to ask him to sign it up along the horn right here. And I've got these two different Sharpies. I'm going to let him make his decision on what color he wants to do. But these are my best two Sharpies. I have a silver one. I don't want to do black. So I'm going to use either this copper one or the gold one. And I think it'll look good. Then I get to assemble this whole guitar, which is fun for me on a lot of days when I'm not too busy. I like to set and work on these guitars. Johnny Bean, you're back. Thanks for coming back, man. That was probably 7:43. Okay, that's just a few minutes ago. Ryan, how you do it? Can't drive 55. Yeah, so I've been having a lot of fun today. Larry's a super nice guy, and I'm gonna get him to autograph my guitar. He's packing up stuff, and I'm not trying to bug him too much. There's a couple guys that are still chatting, and Stephanie and Eric that run the Yo-Yo Factory are still hanging out here. They're good friends with Mitchell, Larry Mitchell. Let me show you a yo-yo. So musicians nowadays, they have merch. And so you get T-shirts, right? But CDs don't always sell so good because a lot of guys, hey, we got a gig, we got to go to the merch table, we've got CDs for sale. People are like, dude, I don't even have a CD player. So there's alternatives when it comes to different kind of merch. Of course, you can do stickers and stuff like that. But Larry has shot glasses that he sells. But he also does yo-yos, and if you guys know me, I'm a I'm just a freak for yo-yos. It was an old thing I did when I was a little kid. But there's a local company called the Yo-Yo Factory, and Philip McKnight had a bunch of cool yo-yos from the Yo-Yo Factory. And I took a yo-yo to the NAMM show in 2020, and I got all these rock stars to do yo-yo tricks. Back when the NAMM show was full, Steve Lukather, Michael Anthony, and Billy Sheehan, and then all these YouTubers, Music is Win and Fluff and Jared. All these guys did yo-yo tricks for me. But I got myself a Larry Mitchell yo-yo. And so it's a little alternative that he travels with. And in order to sell merch and to keep going and to pay the bills and pay for airfare and hotels and stuff like that, you get stuff like this that you can make $5 or $10 on, and it helps your bottom line a little bit, and it affords you you can go and do small clinics and small little guitar shops. You can do stuff like that. So he's putting different kind of merch together. He did shot glasses. He does yo-yos. Of course, he does T-shirts. He does the CDs. But he's finding out that there's people don't have CD players anymore. So it's an alternative to trying to sell a CD. You can get all his music on Spotify. So you get yourself a yo-yo from him, and it's a great way to support an artist like Larry Mitchell or whoever that's out on the road. They're looking for different types of merchandise that they can sell, and so this guy's he's selling yo-yos. Yeah, so this guitar has that real thin neck. I love this thing. It should be nice and shreddy when I'm done with it. Let me look at the comments real quick. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to have him sign it and then clear over it. But this guitar is already painted. It's already done. It is what it is, and I think up here on this top horn is a good place to sort of save it, because usually your hands aren't up here too much anyhow. So we'll see what happens here. Hopefully he'll autograph this. Maybe he'll run out here and say, "I'm out of time, dude. I got a plane to catch." But we'll see what happens here in a few minutes.
Built that wall right there. Did you? Built that little wall right there.
So you do your repairs yourself?
Heavy. Make sure I give you the right one it is, because my pop is just like this.
Nice meeting you.
We'll see you at the yo-yo.
Yeah, good luck.
We will.
I'll come there tonight, Thursday, for sure. Except for this Thursday. Yeah.
Hey, Mark. Finally, I got a guitar.
So if you see somebody on your email, Gmail, it was me.
Okay.
Because I was like, oh.
You got any lefty stuff?
I have one trimmer in the corner back down there. Oh, yeah.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
man.
having us.
Thanks for having us too.
Thank you.
We'll see you again.
We'll see you again.
Thanks, Larry.
Okay, Larry agreed to autograph my guitar. Okay. So it's an Ibanez.
This is like the, well, it's probably.
Which one? Which color? Hold on, let me turn this one. I do these videos that are called From Garbage to Glitter. So I take a garbage guitar and my buddy paints it.
Oh, wow.
And
was
we
gonna say,
end
I
up
don't remember
making
this paint
something
job.
cool. All right, so I'm hoping kind of right up in here.
Okay.
Okay, how's that Sharpie working? Is that so? That's
It's
okay.
there.
It's there. There we go. We
Silver
got it.
is probably the right color for it, but.
It is in there. Thank you, man. You need an Uber or what?
No, they brought me a card to use.
Oh, good.
I'm just looking to see if there's anything I should buy real quick.
Okay. All right, guys. So we're wrapping it up here. Thank you guys for watching. Larry, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 34 minutes.
It's a long stream.
I know, right?
And people stayed, or people joined.
People stayed. It's all because of you, buddy. All right, guys. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Have a great night. Everybody take care. I'll see you in the next video.